weekend. That's long over now, of course, but so thank you for these documents. So a summary of the section 106, yes, which I've read in detail, obviously, yes, and an updated ID list, yes, and there may be more things to add to the ID. Yes, okay. So any housekeeping matters, Mr. Tabachnik? That's it from you. Ms. Hutton? Yes. No. Okay. So this morning, I've heard from a couple of people who would like to speak because they couldn't come last week. So can you just indicate what your names are? And I know the lady said you're speaking on behalf of that councillor who can't come today. So so what I suggest we do is we hear from these people first of all. Yes, you happy with that? So the lady on my left, come up please, and then you can introduce yourself. And you have something to give me as well, and the other two, the two main parties. Thank you very much. So this document, and if there's another one, will obviously be added onto the list as well. So can you just give me your name, please?
There we go. Good morning. My name is Councillor Donna French. I'm a Wealdon District Councillor. I'm also an Uckfield Town Councillor.
So which ward are you the councillor for? This ward?
For Wealdon, it is Newtown ward, and for Uckfield, it's East.
So Newtown ward, that's Uckfield.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Plus Uckfield East,
Uckfield East
parish councillor.
Yes, that's right.
Well, town councillor. Yes.
Thank you.
And you're going to read this, which is Councillor Reid's notes, and we heard from, well, Councillor Reid talked to me on Friday to say that she might not be able to make it, so you're here to.
Okay.
So the first page. No, the lady that was here. So you're speaking on behalf of Councillor Ben Reid?
Yes.
Yes. And there was a lady here...
That's Bernadette Reid, it's the same.
Oh, yeah. Bernadette.
Yes.
Okay, Bernadette Reid, yeah. You're speaking on behalf of her. And that's just the first page, is it?
Yes, it's just the first page down to the line. That's all I'll read. And then she's provided the rest of the document for you.
Oh, so what's the rest of the document then? So the rest of the document is what?
She said here that she's included statements and concerns, and so I'm just going to read the summary.
Oh, okay. You just read the summary then, yeah. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So I was going to start with just introducing myself, but I've already done that. So I am Donna French. I've been a Wealdon councillor since April 2024, and I've been an independent town councillor since 2015, and I've lived in Uckfield for over 50 years. I'm going to read this as if Bernadette was reading it herself. Unfortunately, due to personal circumstances, Councillor Reid cannot be here this morning. Her husband is in hospital and she is with him. So she's asked me to distribute her copies and read her summary.
Sure.
Okay, so good morning. Thank you for allowing me to attend today. I appreciate the appeal's tight timetable, and I do not wish to repeat matters that you may have already heard. I therefore enclose this written summary of my key concerns, which I would have summarised orally, together with a set of illustrative maps at the end of the letter, which I will forward by email to PINS for consideration. By way of introduction, I'm Councillor Ben Reid. Since 2023, I've represented Uckfield, Ridgewood and Little Horsted Ward at Wealdon District Council, which encompasses the area's largest developments and the existing Uckfield Little Horsted Sang. I now serve on Uckfield Town Council as Vice Chair of the Environment and Leisure Committee, including the parish link to Ashdown Forest. In these roles, I've championed robust Sang design, safeguards and protection for our ancient and wet gill character woodlands, river habitat health, biodiversity safeguards, halting species decline and species recovery, coherent planned active travel provision and essential community infrastructure. I have also lived in Uckfield since 1993, working in the southeast and raised my 3 children here. Schools were St Philip's Primary School and Uckfield College for 20 years in Uckfield education, and have over 32 years experience of our town and facilities and the surrounding area. I include the given statement and my concerns, which are structured around the following topics: ancient woodland protection, including potential indirect harm, National Character Area 122 High Weald, the setting of the Oast House, Uckfield's sill and precept contributions, Framfield Stream and River Uck ecological condition, cumulative impacts of overdevelopment beyond the capacity of Uckfield, air quality, both in Ashdown Forest and Uckfield Town Centre, biodiversity protection, SANGs, SAMs management and safeguards, Grampian conditions and other measures, accessibility and active travel connectivity, and river water quality, and the Water Framework Directive 2017 compliance. I hope by speaking from the heart, providing lived experience and expert knowledge of our small town, that these comments adequately reflect the concerns of our town and communities. On behalf of our town and our natural environment, I respectfully ask you that this appeal be dismissed. Thank you for your time, your careful consideration, and for receiving the attached comments. And that's with kind regards from Ben Reid. Bernadette, yes.
Her comments, all of these comments.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. So there's quite a lot here. Are you going to read all this out? You don't have to. Obviously, I will read it in detail, but are you intending to read it all out?
I can do both, to be fair to you. I appreciate it, Rob. Is that all?
Sorry.
That was better, yeah. I can do both.
Both? Read it out?
Well, no, what I'm saying, I can read it all.
Yeah.
Or I can try and paraphrase it or pick out the headlines, if you like, to make it shorter.
I'd rather you did the latter, yes.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Okay.
I want to probably read the first page, and then I'll pick out some headline topics, and all parties can read it at length then.
Sorry, can you just tell me your name, please?
It's Nick Johnston.
Nick Johnston?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you're a local resident?
I am, yes.
Yes, yes. Yes, please, go ahead, Mr. Johnston.
Okay, like I say, I will try and paraphrase this. It's only a draft because I obviously only returned from holiday a couple of days ago. Sir, may I begin by thanking you for allowing me to make the presentation to you today, because I've been away on holiday last week. I'm here today because I wanted to make sure some important matters relating to this appeal are brought to the attention of yourself and other interested parties. I do feel the words, "here we go again," are most applicable to this inquiry. You will be aware that this is not the first time. It's been both before council planning committees and your colleagues, and every time it's been refused on solid, robust grounds. The reality is that very little has actually changed in all of these applications other than making a few tweaks and glossing over what are potential problems to make it seem that everything is now all right. Whereas in fact certain circumstances, some of the issues and questions have actually now become worse than they were on the first application. Probably one of the most common arguments put up by developers in this area, including this developer for this application, is that Wealden as an authority are failing in 3 specific areas. And as such, they will argue with you that you should make weighted balance in their favour in this application. And I want to draw your attention with the greatest respect that this is a hollow argument and not a true reflection of the real situation. And let me just quickly explain in more detail. We're constantly reminded by every developer, including this one, that Wealden are failing on 3 fronts. First, there's a housing shortage. Second, that they are failing to meet its housing targets. And thirdly, that Wealden do not have a 5-year land supply. If you're a developer, you would word that accordingly to support those points. However, it's equally possible to show that the 3 points are indeed a misrepresentation of reality and do not present an honest, open and transparent picture of the situation. When it comes to housing shortage, where is that housing shortage? It's not in Wealden and it's not in Uckfield. As of yesterday morning, looking at a 5-mile radius, there are almost 1,000 homes up for sale. That doesn't even include retirement homes, homes subject to auction or shared ownership. Most of the homes have been on the market for 18 months, one as long as 2022. And over 100 of those properties are priced at under £300,000 for either 1 or 2 bedrooms, so you might consider them to be affordable. So, as I say, where is the housing shortage? Failing to meet housing targets. I have to agree, we are, as a district, we are not meeting those housing targets. But why? There are a couple of reasons. Developers are declining to build houses. Why? Because those that are being built, they're struggling to sell. And the majority of those that are being sold are to people outside of this area. So it's not helping this area at all. Wealden have absolutely no control whatsoever on this situation. And sadly, with the best will in the world, we are not likely to meet any government targets set for many, many years to come if developers continue in the way that they are at the moment. And thirdly, Wealden doesn't have a 5-year land supply. Nonsense. Wealden has approximately 9,000 homes already approved for development, of which nearly 3,000 are in this area. Developers are refusing to build them, have land banked them. If nothing else was approved whatsoever, but just those 9,000 homes are built, not only would we exceed government targets, but we would collapse the whole infrastructure of the district as well. There is very much a case of having the cart in front of the horse or the tail wagging the dog. It's no hidden secret that the infrastructure required to provide such housing is not in place in Uckfield, and supporting infrastructure is therefore cannot cope and is basically broken. What I do believe the majority of people resident and work in this district would agree upon is that we do have a shortage of social housing and affordable housing. When it comes to social housing, based on the 9,000 homes and taking into account the requirement from Wealden requiring approximately 30% of these should be classed as affordable or social housing, then not only we as a district would be able to rehome all of those on our own waiting list, we'd have a surplus to offer to others. But that's enough to be said on that. When we come to infrastructure, it's no secret that we all know, and everybody around this room knows, that the infrastructure in this area is fragile at its very best, in some cases broken. Highways, education, medical, water supply, wastewater disposal, and the list goes on. Every resident in the area knows this and can cite one or more examples if asked. Planning officers know this, yet they refuse to accept it. The appellant knows it, but just tries to skirt around the issues. They always attempt to mitigate the issues, claiming conditions can resolve the problems, or a consultee has stated they're happy, so therefore it must be all right, when in fact it's not. I'll try and skip through some of this now, sir. One of the concerns is access to and from the site. You will be aware that originally the appellant put forward at the very beginning of this that the access would be by means of what one might know as a T-junction, and when you're travelling eastwards there would be a right-hand filter lane for people to turn in. That has been dismissed by highways as being acceptable, and we now end up with a roundabout situation. I'm not against roundabouts. They have some good assets and good purposes. However, this one is not, in my opinion, located correctly. It is dangerous, and I would draw your attention to a similar situation in Fernley Park on Eastbourne Road in Uckfield, not too far from here, where there is a similar estate with an offset roundabout that is very difficult for large vehicles, buses and lorries to navigate. In fact, it's quite commonly known that at times of quietness, articulated lorries, emergency vehicles such as fire engines, will skip down the wrong side of that roundabout to save time and the difficulty of getting round. I believe, and I haven't been privy to see all of the documents, that this one is even more tighter than the one at Fernley Park. And in fact, at this one, if you're travelling from Framfield towards Uckfield, you end up basically turning left and then having to do a U-turn and turn left again back into Framfield Road. And because of the nature of the road, I mean, it's a B road, it's a country road, large lorries, etc., will end up going into the opposing carriageway to turn back into Framfield Road. The other issue I don't know the answer to is whether that roundabout will be a large white paint blob, which we often see in the country, or whether it's going to be a proper fixed roundabout with curbstones. If it's the white blob, I think it's going to be dangerous. You'll have fatalities there, accidents. If it's a curbstone one, I think the curbstones will get destroyed over time because of lorries and that running over them. But that's an opinion. The next thing I want to talk about then is pedestrian access. I think it's accepted that pedestrian access in Framfield, Birding Hill is not acceptable because of the hill, the surrounding nature of the properties, the fields, and that the applicant has come up with a plan to put a footway across the fields from what one might say Hospital Road Junction up to the site. The purpose of the document I've given you, the appendix there, is to show the steepness of the climb. The document actually shows it from the town centre, but the last part of it will show you that there's almost a climb of 30 metres to be made over a very short distance. But what I would say, it's a footpath not bordered by any roads or houses and just open ground. And what I would say to you, is this something that you believe provides adequate safety and security for the young, the elderly or the vulnerable to use, especially in periods of darkness? In the winter time, this would be in darkness or twilight when the schools finish. What sort of lighting is intended? How would the developer make the route feel safe and secure? I believe it's a totally unsuitable proposal, and I find it mind-blowing that a developer would even consider making this proposal and for planning officers to not object to it. This shows that little thought and consideration has gone into personal safety. The whole route from the site to Uckfield town centre is within prescribed recommended walking distances. However, I'd suggest that there is a big difference between walking that distance on a reasonably flat level compared to the one that does exist for this location, hence the appendix that I've given you. The appellant may argue that there's a regular bus service whereby residents could get the bus to and from the bus stop at the bottom of Hospital Road, but then they're faced with that steep climb, often carrying bags of shopping or pushing small children in buggies or both. Has anybody within this room actually walked that distance from the site to the town centre and back again with a pushchair or carrying bags of shopping? I suspect not. Cycling, we come on to cycling. Cycling is always an option, but again, I don't believe it's going to be used in this circumstances because it's a dangerous route. Framfield Road is a road that is heavily occupied with parked vehicles. And I'm sure if you've driven down there, sir, in your time here, no matter what time of day, there are a number of parked vehicles, often opposite each other, often difficult, sometimes making it a single carriageway. With cycling, where is the cycleway going to be provided? Along Framfield Road, make it safe. There is no room for it. You can't remove the cars from Framfield Road. There is nowhere for them to go. The houses were built without facilities to have off-road parking. I don't believe that cycling will be anything that's taken up. The other issue with cycling is that if you look down in the town centre opposite the railway station, not within the railway station, there's a double-layered cycle store for anybody to park a cycle there if they're travelling on the trains or if they're going shopping or anywhere else. It's a proper cycle store, free to use. I have to say, I think the residents of Uckfield will have a party the first time they saw more than one cycle ever stored there. It's not used. The reason it's not used is because of Uckfield's unique situation of being located at the bottom of a hill. People are not going to walk, they're not going to cycle. That's why when there are traffic surveys provided by the appellant showing movement of vehicles, there's nothing to show for cycles or foot passengers. The reason is because there aren't any. On the question of traffic, we always hear and read about peak times in the morning and the afternoon. I would respectfully say to you, sir, that they don't apply. Life has changed since COVID. More people are working from home. Yes, there is a peak time, if you want to call it that, the rush hour, people going to work, school traffic. But there's as much, if not more, traffic during the daytime because of people working from home. Home deliveries from the supermarkets, Amazon, Every, Yodel, hundreds of them. I live in a road with only 40 houses, and some days there'll be 20 or 30 delivery trucks going down our road, which didn't happen many years ago. And that's another reason why it's unsuitable in the current situation with Framfield. We hear about the problems with the traffic in town centre. Highways have already agreed that the town centre is overloaded with traffic. It is beyond breaking point at times. They talk about asking for donations, for want of better words, to bring in a mover scheme, I think it's called, to try and link up the traffic systems to make things work better. They don't know it's going to work better. It's a belief that it might work better. They have no alternative options. But at the moment, all we see, or all I see as a member of the public, is they're asking every developer in the area for similar amounts of money. How much is this going to cost? Or are they just collecting money, not knowing how much it's going to cost? When will it be installed? It needs to be installed 5 years ago, not now. Developers are coming to you for permission to build. They're refusing to build. The council, highways, then are not providing any facility to make the town centre better. It's a chicken and egg situation, really. Then we come on to the question of flooding and sewerage. It is not a secret that that road in Framfield Road by the Hospital Road junction, just to the east of that, regularly will flood in times of storms and heavy weather, especially in the winter. Yes, I accept it is passable with caution with vehicles. I'm sure, sir, that you have seen photographs of the floods in your papers. However, only a fool would try and walk through that or to cycle through that. We know that even an inch of water, running water, can be dangerous. That means that at times of flood, the proposed site would be cut off from the town centre. Yes, I agree, there is an alternative route. But if you've got school children walking down or being dropped off the bus there, are you actually honestly asking them to walk all the way back round through the town, through Buxted, and round through Sandy Lane and back down to the top of the hill? Of course it's not going to happen. What provisions are there for an alternative emergency route in times of flooding that is sensible and realistic? Because, sir, I haven't seen one on the appellant's paperwork. As a result of the flooding also, the sewerage can't deal with it, and there are often unlawful discharges there. One discharge is one discharge too many, and records will show that there's more than one, and it's caused by excess stormwater. Southern Water cannot deal with the increase of wastewater within this district. They are collapsing the system, it's broken. They talk about they want several years to try and reinforce it. But again, it's a minimum period of time, it's not an exact science. So we could be waiting 2 years, we could be waiting 5 years or even longer before it comes into play. And that brings me back to my argument that how can the appellant argue that they are doing us a favour with weighted balance to provide affordable housing to make up land shortages when they know they can't provide that in the next 5 years. It's complete nonsense, sir. With water supply, I'm sure, I don't know where you come from, sir, but in this area we have been hit with South East Water, where there's a hosepipe ban now. But before that, they were pleading for everybody to use as little water as possible. And it's not because there was a water shortage, i.e. the reservoirs were bone dry, it's because their infrastructure, their machines to make fresh water, physically couldn't cope with making any more. So adding extra houses, extra properties, it doesn't matter whether it be 10, 100 or 1,000, they can only produce so much water, which means there is less to go around the more houses you have, the more occupants you have, which means we, as residents here, people who live there a long time, are going to suffer more shortages, more cutbacks. It's not right. Ancient woodlands. Sorry, one bit I missed, the SANGs. SANGs seem to be an important part of development these days, and I agree. It's good to have nature. We need to preserve nature. We're destroying it in one hand. Let's try and save it in the other. But what scoping has been done for this SANG? We know from the SANG at Little Horsted, not far from here, that it wasn't planned out properly. It's a nice piece of land, but car parking for 20 cars. Sometimes we get dozens and dozens of vehicles there, overflowing into the lane. We get road rage. We get residents upset and angry because so many people are going there. Why? Because they don't want to go to the Ashdown Forest. Some people will say that's good to protect the Ashdown Forest, but they're not doing it because of that. They're doing it because the Ashdown Forest now charges heavy rates to park there. Why drive to walk your dog and have to pay money when you can actually do the same for free? The SANGs here is only predicting 9 car parking spaces. Based on the other SANGs, that is soon going to be overflowing. People will park in the road. People will park on verges. It will become dangerous down that country lane. If you want to have a SANG there, you need to provide the adequate parking facilities. I would suggest you need at least 20 places minimum. Otherwise, there is going to be further problems. It needs to be scoped out. It needs to be planned correctly, not just put up as an idea and saying, here we are, there's a SANG, we'll provide half a dozen places. And I don't believe the appellant has done that. Ancient woodlands, very important part of our history within this country. Woodlands that have been around a lot longer than I or anybody else in this room. They rely upon nature to sustain them, to keep them going. here we are interfering with it. Yes, we have a buffer zone, 50 metres. I would suggest it should be greater. It should be at least a minimum of 2 tree lengths. But what about the ecosystem, the water system that feeds these trees? Here in this site, some of that ancient woodland is lower than the actual site itself. We're putting in suds. That will take water away from those ancient woodlands. What is the long-term effect going to be? Building those suds, building the site. It might be a 50-metre buffer zone, but what about the cement dust, the dirt, the dust, the fumes from the contractors' vehicles? That's going to affect the ancient woodland. By having suds, and I appreciate it's a national policy now, but it's actually an admission of guilt by the developer that they are increasing the water flow off from the site. I accept they can be controlled, but I can point to at least one sud in this area where it doesn't contain the water and it overflows and goes down into the river. What about the badgers on the site and the wildlife? What's actually going to happen to the badger sets there? Are we just going to go in and cull them, which is going to cause some upsets? Or how are we going to deal with them? How are we going to relocate them? That's their home. It's not your home, my home. We need to deal with this sensibly, and I haven't seen any details of how that will be done. I think so. It's time to sum up and conclude. There's many other things I could raise, but I would argue that this application, based upon the issues that I've raised together with other issues by other local residents, all of whom have lived or worked within the area for many years, and have far more detailed knowledge of local events than anyone else sitting around this table put together, with the reasons that I gave at the very beginning of this presentation concerning the afforded weight argument regarding lack of houses and land supply, I would urge you that your only reasonable conclusion is to reject this appeal.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Can you stay there, because the appellant's barrister may have some questions for you? I mean, because you spoke, then
You know, absolutely. Before you start, I just apologise. I've tried to pick out. I'm sure you're aware.
No, that's
little
fine.
Bits, and
I've been reading it.
Yeah, no. But
Anyway,
I lost a little bit of the flow, but I've tried to keep it as summary as possible.
That's fine. So, Mr. Tabachnik, do you have any questions for Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, sir. No, I don't have any questions for Mr. Johnson. These matters were either dealt with last week or they're addressed in the evidence that we've put in particular, the various updates attached to Mr. Brown's evidence, and I'm going to rely on those.
I didn't ask you that when it came to Councillor Donna French, because obviously she was reading someone else's thing. So.
If I'd had anything to ask, I would have put my hand up.
Yes,
at the time.
I'm sure, yes. Okay, thank you, Mr. Johnston. Right, so today we're going to deal with the planning evidence, so starting with the council's witness.
Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Redman.
So
Is there anything else to say?
Oh, well, only just to flag up. So there were some emails overnight between Cassie Smith and Mr. Wordsworth. I think she submitted a summary of what she said. Mr. Wordsworth said he was going to email it on to you, but wasn't sure whether you would see it before this morning.
Oh,
So-
that's right, yes. She said she'd send a summary, and
Yes.
that's it.
That's gone in. So,
Okay.
so I'm just really flagging up that that's gone to you. If you'd like the council to arrange for some copies to be printed, I'm sure we can do that.
Actually, that would be useful.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's just because where I'm staying, I have no internet, so I won't be able to check the recent emails. That would be quite useful,
Okay,
yes.
yeah, okay,
thank
we can
you.
organise that.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you. So where would you prefer the witness to sit?
Well, where would you be happy sitting?
Content to
I
go
mean,
there.
okay,
Yeah.
that's fine, yeah. So obviously, I'm going to need Mr. Redmond's proof, and anything else? Do you think I will need? Well, the plans and
So, yeah, we might go into a couple of the core documents. We'll go to the 2023 decision, which is CD 14.3.
yeah. I mean, I've got the core docs open. So
You've got
we can-
those, okay, so we
go
can-
into those online
Yeah.
as and when necessary. But anything paper that would Just the plans, maybe?
Yes, we may need to go to the plan.
Yeah, okay. But, well, over to you. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Redmond, good morning.
Good morning, Miss Hutton.
So if I introduce you to the inquiry by reference to paragraph 1.1 of your proof, you explain that you are Declan Redmond, you hold a master's degree in urban and regional planning, you're a licentiate member of the RTPI, and you have over 8 years of experience at Wealdon District Council, and you currently serve as assistant team leader in the major and strategic sites team, where you oversee complex planning applications and strategic developments. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. And you've provided a proof of evidence and also a rebuttal proof. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you've confirmed in both of those that the evidence you've prepared and provided is true and given in accordance with your RTPI Code of Conduct, and you've confirmed that the opinions expressed are your true and professional opinions. Does that remain the case?
It does indeed, yes.
So if it assists, I'll take the proofs as read and just ask a few supplementary questions. So starting, Mr. Redmond, with the recent planning history of these proposals, which you deal with at section 2 of your proof. Can I ask, we're going to come back to the 2023 decision, but were you involved in that application and that appeal in 2023?
I was not, no.
And then we come on to this application, which you did at sort of 2.5 onwards. Were you involved in proceedings up to the appeal?
Again, no. I believe my first involvement was prior to the first CMC, so that was in early February. So I believe it would have been likely late January I got involved in the case.
Okay, thank you. The policy context then, just a few questions about that. You deal with this at section 4 of your proof. And at 4.19...
Sorry.
Yes, sorry.
Because the only time I write things by hand is during inquiries, and so I just get blisters on my fingers, so I have to put these plasters on, so just bear with me. It's healthy, I think, to write things down manually, but it's rare, of course, these days.
If I write things down, I can't then read them again. That's my problem. So.
Well, I've sort of perfected that shorthand. Yes, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So just turning to the policy context, which you deal with at part 4 of your proof. So just at 4.19, you confirm that whilst there is breach of locational policies, so the GD2, DC17 and WCS2 of the core strategy, you acknowledge that those policies are out of date and afford no weight to that conflict. Is that correct?
That's correct. Normally I would afford limited or very limited weight to that conflict, but given this site and the previous inspector's decision relating to kind of the locational sustainability, I felt that no weight should be afforded to conflict with those in this instance.
Okay. And then turning to the policies and the reason for refusal, we have, so you set them out at 4.18, we have EN1, EN27, SPO2 and WCS14. And just want to ask you about EN1 and EN27, please. So if we could just turn up EN1, which sir should be CD 6.14. Now if I give you the context, 6.14, so it has recently been uploaded because it wasn't in the core documents.
Sorry, CD
6.14.
I've got it 6.2, if that helps.
Have you?
Yeah.
It might depend when you loaded the website. It was only added this morning, so if you refresh the page, hopefully they'll show up.
It's not on the list.
It's somewhere else though, isn't it? Isn't it in this Brown's proof?
It might well be. That's...
The actual detailed policy. Upload it. So 6.14. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, great.
Yeah, there it is.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And the context for these questions is that in a recent appeal decision in Wealden dealing with heritage at Buxted Park, the inspector came to the view that actually EN1 and EN27 weren't terribly relevant to heritage. And so I just want to ask you to explain, in your view, how EN1 is breached by these proposals.
Sure. So EN1 is quite a broad policy, but it promotes sustainable development, and it requires proposals to be sensitive to their surroundings, and that's particularly in relation to location, layout and design. And obviously, as discussed in my proof, the council's position is that the scheme's urbanising effects fail to respect the rural setting of the Oast House, and so therefore we find conflict with that. We don't consider the development to be sustainable.
And then policy EN27, which is CD 6.15. So this says, so it's point 1, so proposal for development will be permitted when following layout and design criteria are met: scale, form, site coverage, density and design of development. The use of materials and landscaping should respect the character of adjoining development, where appropriate promote local distinctiveness. So again, could you just explain to the inspector why you say the case that the council is running, which is heritage-based, means that there is a breach of this policy?
So again, we find that the proposed development in relation to its scale and siting would not reflect the area's rural character or the Oast House's historically isolated setting.
Okay. And then we have, there's WCS 14. I don't think we need to go to that. It's essentially paragraph 11 of the MPPF as it used to.
That's correct.
exist.
So it seeks to mirror, I think, obviously an earlier iteration of para 11 of the MPPF and the presumption in favour, and obviously the council's case is that is disengaged in this instance, so therefore there's conflict with that policy.
And then policy SPO2, I do want to ask you about, and we find that at CD 6.1. If it's on page, internal page 21 or PDF page 31.
Sorry,
6.1, sir. And then if you go to PDF page 31. So SPO2, we will ensure that the intrinsic quality of the historic environment is protected, Wealden's environmental, heritage and cultural assets are used appropriately to encourage sustainable tourism development and support inward investment. Now, Mr. Brown argues that SPO2 is inconsistent with the MPPF because it doesn't have a balancing exercise. Do you agree that SPO2 is inconsistent with the NPPF?
I don't. I consider it obviously to be fairly broad, but the key point to me is kind of the opening to it, where it says it seeks to protect the intrinsic quality of the historic environment. And I would consider that's broadly in a line with Chapter 16 of the NPPF and its requirement to give great weight to conserving heritage assets. It also aligns, in my opinion, with the statutory duty under Section 66, obviously which requires special regard to preserving listed buildings or their settings. And finally on that, obviously SPO2, like I said, is fairly broad, but it obviously doesn't prevent a heritage balance being undertaken by the decision maker.
Okay, so that's the local policy context, and is the policy context different or the same to that which was in place in 2023?
It's my understanding that the policy context is entirely the same as the 2023 appeal.
So, sorry, the local policy context.
Sorry, yes, the local policy context. Obviously, there's been some updates to national planning policy, but those updates haven't affected or changed any of the paragraphs, as far as I'm aware, relating to heritage.
Right. And turning to heritage, have you made your own heritage assessment, or do you rely on that of Ms Tucker?
I rely on that of Ms Tucker.
Okay, we've got her proof of evidence and the round table discussion, which was had in the site visit. So I don't want to really ask you about the detail of that.
Sure.
But I do want to go, please, to the 2023 appeal decision, which is at CD 14.3. Yeah, of course. Thank you. And the discussion of heritage is at paragraph 54 onwards. The inspector, so 54 through to 62, with the balance then at 63 to 69. In terms of do you understand that the appellant challenges any of the inspector's findings as regards to the significance of the heritage asset, the contribution of its setting, or indeed the impacts of the previous appeal proposals?
It's my understanding that they don't seek to challenge or argue against any of the inspector's previous conclusions and findings. I believe that was reiterated by Dr. Mealy in his oral evidence, where he stated that the previous appeal was the baseline on which the scheme had been worked up and should be considered against. And
we, as I say, we've dealt with heritage impact at the round table, but as you record in your written evidence, the council's position is, well, there's some reduction of harm, but it's not significant as compared with that in 2023.
That's correct.
Yeah, and you've recorded Mr. Tucker's main findings in your proof. But I do want to focus on one element, which is your 5.31, where this is after a discussion of the particular sources of harm. I'll just wait for you to get there. You say some of these elements represent avoidable sources of harm. It's referenced in paragraph 208 of the NPPF. in which a scheme with a lower quantum of development may be able to deliver, the omission of development to the northwest, along with realignment or removal of built form from the southwest quadrant, would materially reduce the overall impact on the Oasthouse setting and correspondingly lessen the degree of harm. And some of this was discussed at the Heritage Roundtable. Do you remember that?
Yes. Yeah.
I think, and you drew a red line on the inspector's plan. Yes.
The famous Redmond line.
The Redmond line.
As it was referred to.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so just you've had a look at the appellant's current illustrative layout and master plan. In your view, how many houses would need to be removed roughly to materially lessen the harm?
I think we suggested that it would be approximately the 10 units to the northwest and then approximately a further 20 or so to the southwest. So overall, circa 30 units would need to be omitted from the scheme.
Okay, can we turn up, please, the Ashford appeal decision, which is CD 11.20.
Are we going to refer to the previous appeal decision again? In which case, I'll just leave it.
Oh, we are actually, yes,
Yeah.
I am.
So the Ashford decision is
CD 11.20. And so the heritage discussion starts at paragraph 29. You remember there was some discussion of this appeal decision at the round table?
Yes.
Yeah. And if we go to paragraph 32, so the inspectors discussed impacts on heritage assets, and he makes the point at 31 that significant elements of infrastructure have the benefit of siting in the base of the valley, so the extent to which they impact harmfully on an appreciation of the listed buildings and their settings is limited. On my analysis, the same is true of much of the solar array proposed. However, that's not the case with the southernmost projection towards Hungry Down. The southern projection of the block towards the west of Church Lane would expand over the crest of Bested Hill, down the south-facing slope. And he then says at 33, in my view, the presence of the array in these views in particular would be most incongruous, in strong impression that infrastructure spilling out from the valley floor. Intrusion would undoubtedly dim the link between these important listed buildings and the surrounding landscape. As a result, there'd be harm caused to their settings, as a consequence, significance both individually and a group. And then you see at 35, low level of less than substantial harm. Lower and midpoint on the scale of two assets, less than substantial harm, and then additionally low harm to the conservation area, paragraph 40, and a low level of less than substantial harm to the group of farm buildings at 41. And so the inspector then gives an interim conclusion, and he finds at 44 the public benefits do not outweigh, well, first at 43 he looks at the public benefits, then at 44 public benefits of the proposal do not outweigh less than substantial harm, and then he gives the central reason behind that conclusion, having noted the harm would be temporary. 45, the central reason behind that conclusion is a good deal of the benefits offered by the scheme could be provided without any harmful impact at all on the setting, and thereby significance of the two very important designated heritage assets, or for that matter any others, and then basically making the point that there's one element of the array that was disproportionately harmful. And then he relies on paragraph 213 of the MPPF at paragraph 47. Any harm or loss to the significance of designated heritage assets should require clear and convincing justification on the basis of the foregoing. I'm not persuaded that this requirement has been met. So, having regard to that appeal decision, in your view, would a scheme without housing westwards of the Oast cause materially less harm than this proposal?
Yes, that is my view, and I believe the view shared by Ms Tucker as well.
And in your view, would such a scheme, say 30 fewer houses, deliver a good deal of the same benefits?
Yes, it would. Obviously, the benefits would be slightly lessened, but potentially a scheme of up to 160 dwellings, I would attribute comparable weight to that which I have now, and I think the overall package would still be substantial.
And so, in your view, is there clear and convincing justification, in particular for providing housing westward of the Oast?
Not that I've seen in the evidence, and I think that was clear from the site visit, that there wasn't any justification for development projecting into that sensitive and historically important setting.
Now, unlike the Ashford appeal decision, the council's position is not that, well, if you remove that housing, there would be no heritage harm.
No, that's correct. We would still find harm, as outlined in the Heritage Roundtable, in relation to the access, the other dwellings, and so on.
Okay, but in your view, would the lesser level of harm versus the public benefits from a reduced scheme tip the balance into the appellant's favour or not?
Yes, I believe it would. And I think that was the view proffered at the pre-application discussions.
And so in your view, is the potential for a less harmful scheme to come forward on this site a consideration for the inspector to take into account in the public benefits balance?
Yes, I believe so, as shown in the Ashford appeal decision.
Can we then turn, please, to the public benefits of the appeal scheme as the 190 houses? And I want to look at that with the 2023 decision in front of us, please. So that was 14.3 for anyone who's closed it. So if we go to paragraph 63 of that decision, we see the heritage balance. I want to look at the benefits as they were described in this decision versus what's now offered. So we see at 63, the public benefits would include economic benefits derived from the provision of 290 homes, of which 35% would be affordable housing and 5% self-built homes, an area where there is agreed and long-standing shortfall of housing supply. Current figure is 3.92 years. And these homes would drive economic growth in the area, associated expenditure and job creation that new housing provides. Here we have 190 homes, 35% affordable in the context of a slightly worsened or a worsened housing land supply. Is that broadly correct?
That's correct, yes.
In your view, is this scheme offering a larger or smaller benefit in terms of housing provision and its associated economic benefits than 2023?
It's obviously providing a diminished level of benefits compared to the previous appeal scheme. It's 100 fewer units, and therefore the overall benefits package is reduced.
But in terms of how would you describe the benefits?
So, as set out in my proof, although clearly we've got 100 fewer units before us, so a lesser benefit package, in light of our land supply position, and as you'll have seen from the proof, I still afford significant weight to the delivery of the housing, and then the overall benefits package, substantial weight. So it's broadly in accordance with the previous inspector's weighting.
And then the SANG at 64, primarily to mitigate impacts on the Ashdown Forest. I think at this point there was a strategic SANG, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. I believe the previous appeal proposed a strategic SANG of about 26 hectares, whereas I think the current one is just to serve this development, and it's about 8.9 hectares.
And it says the mitigation from the SANG provided as a neutral factor in the planning balance, how provision is made for other visitors to the SANG, which is a public benefit. So, again, your comments on whether there's any difference in the benefit here as there was in 2023?
I don't believe so. I think at para 540 of my proof, I afford limited weight to kind of the open space and the provision of SANG above and beyond what's required to serve this development. Obviously, sir, it is a form of mitigation, but the additional space may well serve residents beyond the appeal scheme, and so therefore limited weight to that benefit.
And then at paragraph 66 of the appeal decision, there was a BNG of circa 40%, which was being secured by condition, tree planting, sustainable homes, and then a Heritage Information Board. The Information Board obviously has been addressed as part of an internal heritage balance by Ms Tucker.
Yes.
But in terms of the BNG, sustainability, etc., again, your comments on whether the benefits here are different or the same?
I believe they're broadly the same as the previous inspector's findings.
Okay. And then at 68, the inspector said taken together, associated benefits carry substantial weight. Again, in your view, I think you've just confirmed benefits remain within that bracket. Is
That's
that right?
correct, yes.
There are a couple of other benefits claimed by the appellant. So one is management of the ancient woodland. So if we go to 5.39 of your proof, I think you deal with that there. I think you say it's primarily mitigation led and you attract it moderate positive weight. Is that still your position?
That's correct, yes.
And then the appellant has claimed some highway safety benefits. Were you present at the highway round table?
I was, yes.
And do you recall the evidence of the county council as to whether they agreed that these were safety benefits?
I do. I believe they said that there would not be highway safety benefits from the proposal. I believe they confirmed that the current access serving the farmstead is substandard, but operates safely and has operated safely for many years, and that therefore they don't consider there to be any highway safety benefits arising from this proposal.
Okay. So do you put highway safety benefits into the planning balance?
I do not. I don't believe it was raised prior to, I think, the submission of the proofs potentially. And it wasn't a position previously proffered.
So looking at all the benefits in the round, and you've said, right, well, they remain in the same category of substantial weight, but overall, are they greater, the same, or less than that which was offered in 2023?
As already explained, I consider them to be less. Obviously, we're 100 fewer units, so a much lower number of housing yield on the site.
Okay. And then, final topic. There are a number of sort of appeal decisions, committee reports, and the core documents which have been put in by the appellant. I don't propose to go through those, but can I just ask you this? Is a heritage balance, how would you describe it? Is it, does one look at it like a mathematical equation, i.e. X number of houses will outweigh low harm to X category of assets, Y number of houses will outweigh moderate harm, or however, or not?
No, clearly not. Every asset is different, has a different significance, a different setting, and ultimately it's a fact-sensitive and individual judgment, taking into account obviously the specifics of the asset, the site, the development proposed.
Okay. And so in your view, is there much to be gained by trying to compare judgments made on different assets, different sites, different... So in your view, is there anything to be gained by comparing this site with other sites, with judgments that have been reached on other sites?
No, I don't believe so, for the reasons just set out.
In terms of other, again, you may well be taken to them, but other committee reports, appeal decisions in Wealden, have you had you've had a look through those in the core documents?
Very briefly, yes.
Okay. In any of those instances, were there previous appeal decisions on the same sites?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
All right. Thank you very much. So those are my questions, Chief.
Thank you.
How long do we want? 10, 15 minutes? 20 minutes?
10 minutes fine with me, sir. Yes, thank you.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so, well, say come back at 25 past 11. It's nearly quarter past, according to me. Yeah, come back at 25 past, thanks. Over to you, Mr. Tabachnik.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning, Mr. Redman.
Good morning, sir.
Maybe you can start by just saying what the documents I might need, the hard copy documents I might, because I've got a lot of them in hard copy.
Yes.
But obviously I can refer to any of the CDs online.
Well, as is the way, we'll be bouncing around
Yeah.
quite a few documents.
Yeah, sure.
It might be useful to have to hand, if you have these printed out, the two planning statements of common ground.
Yeah.
So CD 4.1 and CD 4.4, I think it is.
4.1 and 4.4.
Yes.
Yes.
And also, I'll try and not go through the documents line by line because I know you've read them, and Mr. Redman signed one of them, and I'm sure is aware of the other document. Correct, Mr. Redman?
Yes, sir.
And those two statements of common ground. Let me just wait while that's okay.
Sorry, just to say, in terms of your cross-examination, Mr. Tabachnik, do you have a number of topics you wish to cover? Are you going to cover them in a certain order so I can just sort of note them down, or are you just going to proceed?
In sort of random, disconnected order.
No.
And
I
then
mean,
put it all together with the final question. Aha.
it might be useful if you were going to do the former, if you could just tell me what the topics are,
Yes.
so I could sort of
Well,
headline them.
Yes, sir. I'm very happy to do that. I'm just starting with some gentle introductory questions and indeed matters that I think Mr. Redman and I will readily agree to because they're already contained in the statements of common ground.
Okay. So intro section, yeah. SOCGs, yeah.
SOCGs. And we can agree, can't we, Mr. Redman, that the two planning SOCGs are largely in comparable terms. The second one just simply updating the position once the highway reason for refusal, putative reason for refusal had fallen away. That's right.
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
Yeah. And again, just by way of gentle introduction on a matter I'm sure we'll agree, both of those documents, for example, section 5 of the first one, and I think it's section 4 of the second one, agree a list of matters which are not in dispute between us, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And those issues remain not in dispute between us?
That's my understanding, yes.
Yes. The council's not seeking to make any changes to what was agreed in these two planning statements of common ground, is it?
Not that I'm aware of, sir, no.
No. And certain matters that we can see there, well, I'm not going to show you the specific bits unless we end up disagreeing, but we can see that matters of highways access, those are agreed as between you and me, aren't they?
What section's that, sir? Under 5, what paragraph, if you've got it, please?
Do you not understand the highways matters to be agreed between us?
Oh, you're talking about the second statement of common ground?
Yes, because
Then, yes, I
obviously
agree.
it wasn't agreed by the time of the first one, but by the time of the second one, and therefore as we sit here now, highway access issues are all agreed between us, aren't they?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
And traffic impact issues off-site, those are all agreed between us, aren't they?
I believe so, yes.
Locational sustainability, it's agreed that the appeal site is locationally sustainable for the scale of development proposed, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Yes. And I'm asking you these points because third parties continue to pursue these issues, but as between us, they've been considered, representations have been made, and we are in agreement on these matters. That's right, isn't it?
That is correct, yes.
Yeah. Similarly, drainage issues, there's no dispute between us that drainage can be satisfactorily resolved at reserve matters stage, correct?
There's no dispute between us on that.
Yeah. There's no dispute on any flooding related issue, is there?
No, sir, there isn't.
And both of these statements of common ground record the council's acceptance of the sequential test that's been provided by the appellant. That's right, isn't it?
That's correct.
So again, that's another matter where there's no disagreement between us.
Correct.
Ecological matters, again, much ventilated in third-party representations, but we're not in dispute about any aspect of that as we sit here now, are we?
No, sir.
No. Whether it's potential impacts on protected species and how that's to be addressed during any development process, we agree about that.
We do.
We agree that with appropriate mitigation through the 106 and conditions, the ancient woodland is protected to a sufficient extent.
That's correct.
Yeah. Bat issues were looked at during the course of the appeal process, and all those have been addressed satisfactorily in the view of the council. That's also correct, isn't it?
That is, sir, yes.
Yeah. And we can note that there isn't a landscape objection to the appeal scheme, is there?
No, sir.
No. And indeed that has long been the agreed position between us, and you can see it recorded, for example, at the very bottom of page 14 of the first planning statement of common ground. If you've got that available to you,
I do.
see 4.1.
Yep.
It's agreed there are no landscape objections to the areas of the site shown for housing and sang. Do you see that?
I do.
Yeah, and that remains the position.
That does.
Yeah. It's a reasonably rare occurrence, I would have thought, in Wealden district and certainly in the southeast generally, for nearly 200 houses to be brought forward without landscape objection. Would you agree with that in general terms?
No, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't?
No.
I see. All right. On a greenfield site, no landscape objection at all. You don't think that's an uncommon state of affairs in this part of the country?
I don't, no. We're a very rural district, and the majority of the housing development coming forward is obviously on greenfield sites.
Yes, I see. Okay, well, I'll leave that to the inspector.
Is that the intro? Are we moving on to the next topic? Or?
So can you leave it to me
sorry,
to give
I'm not trying to press you.
No,
you
I'll give you a topic heading when we move to
sure.
a further distinct
Sure.
topic. I just, again, by way of intro, Mr. Redman, I hope this won't take very long, but I'm just interested in the adjectives you use in your proof to describe weight issues. I've seen limited, moderate, significant and substantial.
Yes.
Do you intend that the word significant should mean something less than the word substantial?
Marginally, yes.
Marginally?
Yes.
I see. So, for example, you say that provision of housing should be afforded significant weight, and that's a deliberate choice of word, not to use the word substantial weight.
Yes.
And again, I hope we don't need to turn this up. In your proof, you again refer to significant positive weight to affordable housing.
That is correct.
And
yes.
again, that's, you say, a deliberate choice of word to use something lesser than substantial.
Yes.
Yes. Just take up CD 4.1 again, would you? And look higher up page 14. This is under the heading Matters Not in Dispute.
Yeah.
Point 4, it's accepted that the provision of up to 190 dwellings from the appeal scheme should be afforded substantial weight. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
So you're disagreeing with the planning statement of common ground, are you?
I suppose I am, yes.
And just look at item 5. There's an under-delivery of affordable housing in the district, and provision of up to 67 affordable homes from the appeal scheme should be afforded substantial weight. Again, you disagree with that part of the agreed planning statement of common ground signed by Mr. Robbins, do you?
Evidently, sir.
Evidently so. Yeah. Can you go to CD 4.4, please? So this is the second planning statement of common ground. Have you got that?
Yes.
On the front page, it says it's dated 4th of June 2025, just a few weeks ago. Do you see that?
I do.
And if you go to page 10 of this document, matters not in dispute. This is virtually word for word what we looked at in the earlier version. And if you look at subparagraphs 4 and 5, this is setting out the council's position to this appeal, isn't it?
It is.
And the same language is used.
Indeed.
Which you told me you disagree with.
Yes, sir.
And what's most extraordinary is that on the last page, you've actually signed this document. So you appeared this morning, 5 weeks later, to be disagreeing with yourself, Mr. Redman.
That does appear to be the case, yes.
All right. Well, I'll make submissions on that in that case. One more introductory matter, please. I appreciate that you weren't involved with the last appeal and that your first involvement was when presumably Mr. Robbins asked you to deal with the appeal on behalf of the council.
Yes, sir.
Were you aware that this site was assessed in the council's SHLA in 2019?
I was not, no.
You were not aware of that?
I don't believe so, no.
No. It sounds like the sort of thing one would want to make oneself aware of as a planning officer about to give evidence at an appeal in relation to a site. Would you agree with that in general?
Yes, sir.
And you have read Mr. Brown's evidence, I take it, from cover to cover?
I have.
Yes, because he discusses this.
Right.
But you didn't note that at the time?
I did not, no.
All right. Well, let's anyway look at it together. Just for completeness, I'm going to let you know that there is a 2024 SHLA document, but that reflects the last appeal decision. So you and I are not going to get any further having a look at that, but I want to look at what preceded it, the 2019 one. So go to CD 6.12, please, when you have a moment. Right, and you can see from the front page it's the SHLA from January 2019.
Yes, I'm there.
Yes, because I think there was actually a time when the council had an emerging local plan process, 2019 to 20. You must have been working for the council then.
Yes.
Yes, and a local plan was submitted, and it was withdrawn after the inspector made excoriating comments about the contents of it, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So this is what that document was prepared in the context of. And if you go to page 3 of the PDF, because this is just the extract, do you see there's some text in the top half of the page?
I do, yes.
That's text, as you'll see, relating to our site. Let me just show you the bit I want to draw to your attention. It's the last 5 or so lines of the write-up in the top half of the page. So there's a big textual blob in the first half of the page.
I can see that, yes.
If you go about 5 lines up, do you see the word directly at the end of a line?
I do, yes.
Let's just look at that. Directly adjacent to the site at the main Bird in Eye farm is a listed farmhouse. Not entirely correct, because the farmhouse isn't listed, it's the Oast house, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, okay, but we'll forgive them that error of language. And then it goes on. However, the design and layout of any scheme could ensure that the setting of this building is not materially harmed. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if you just have a look at what this was addressing, you can see that on the page before, at the bottom, there's a plan. And the plan is actually the western part of the appeal site, isn't it?
That's correct.
Yes. And if you just look at the blurb on either side of this plan, you've got the site areas, gross 9.27 hectares, net 6.1 hectares, some delivery schedules, and total capacity 197. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Yeah. So when the council published this document, its assessment was that 197 homes could be accommodated without the setting of the building being materially harmed in the western half of the site. Do you see that?
I do.
Yeah. And just to note, this is 2019, so we have the framework's heritage policies. Those have been in place for nearly 7 years, correct?
Correct.
And those haven't materially changed over the period from the first MPPF, have they?
I don't believe so, no.
No. And we also have GPA 3 in indeed its current form. Are you aware of that?
I'm not, but I'll take your word for it.
Take my word for now that the current version of GPA 3 is the second issue, and that was issued in December 2017. You can see that from Dr. Mealy's appendices, page 8, if you want to check me up on that. But that remains the current version.
Okay.
So this analysis was published with essentially the framework's heritage policies as we have them now,
right,
and with exactly GPA 3 as we have it now. Do you accept that?
I do.
Yeah. All right. And presumably for purposes of important documents like SCHLARs, the council would take heritage advice, wouldn't it?
I'm not sure that's the case.
You're not sure?
No.
All right. You don't know either way?
Well, I mean, we had probably at that time a single heritage officer. So I'm not convinced they would have had any input into this. I mean, you can probably tell that from the wording. Bird in Eye Farm is a listed farmhouse, as you've already pointed out. It's actually the Oast, so I can't imagine that our heritage officer would have had sight of this before it being published.
Sorry,
if I could carry on with this as well, I think there's some important points here. As you stated, it says here, the design and layout of any scheme could ensure. It doesn't say will. And the final point is obviously clearly this is a very high level assessment, dated 2019. Since then, we've had obviously the weighty material consideration of the 2023 appeal decision.
Yes, of course, and obviously we'll come on to those subsequent issues. What one can note is that that sentence you directed me to, the design and layout of any scheme could ensure the setting of this building is not materially harmed. That's actually quite similar to the consultation response that we saw from Miss Tucker on the last scheme, isn't it? Where she talked about subject to design, you could bring the scheme forward without harm. That was her language.
I believe so, but I believe she clarified that point in her understanding that there was flexibility with the use of the word up to, and I think she pointed to a more recent appeal decision where there isn't flexibility in that term. So I think her understanding was that a reserve matters, there was scope to bring forward a lower quantum of development that could avoid that harm.
Yes, and obviously this document prepared undoubtedly with planning input, I'm sure you'd agree.
Yes, so it would have been our planning policy team that would have drafted or authored this document.
Yes, and again, if you remind yourself at the bottom of the page before, total capacity 197, and we see the area that they're looking at. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Right. New heading, 5-year supply matters. So let's just talk about that briefly, please. Again, I hope we won't need to venture, at least to start with, much beyond the statements of common ground that the council at least have agreed. If you go to the first statement of common ground, CD 4.1, please.
Yes.
We have a table setting out what was then and what remains the agreed housing land supply position. Is that correct?
Where is that located? It's page 11.
Table 1, yes, bottom
Yeah.
of page 11, if I didn't say.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. And this is for the period 2024 to 29, correct?
Yes.
And this, I believe, reflects the latest 5-year supply analysis that the council has published.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. Which was what, at the end of 24, beginning of 25? Something of that order.
Yes, I believe it was summer of 24 it got published.
Yeah. Okay. As we see, number of years supply 3.68.
Yes.
But in order to understand what that really means, one needs to know what the shortfall of houses that are not going to be provided within the 5-year period is, doesn't one?
Yes.
In terms of understanding what the real impact on people and young households and young families who want to be able to buy their own home, we have to actually look under the 3.68 and understand the scale of the shortfall, don't we?
Indeed, yes.
Yeah. And that's set out above, by working out the 5-year requirement and then the deliverable supply, which Mr. Brown has not sought to challenge, the shortfall is shown as 2,270 homes, which is obviously a very large number of homes that the council is required to provide, but that won't be provided. That's fair, isn't it?
That is fair, yes, sir.
And again, just to understand where these numbers have come from, in terms of the requirement side, your local housing need figure is now 1,433 per annum, isn't it?
I don't know.
Well, have you read this document at any point?
Yes.
Right, look at the page before. Paragraph 4.16,
Yes.
that should educate you as to what your local housing need figure is. 1,433 dwellings per annum is what the council's base requirement is and has been since the new government imposed revised requirements. You see that?
I do, yes.
The other thing that's inbuilt to these figures is a 20% buffer, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Were you aware of that?
I was, yes.
Yes. How long's this authority been a 20% authority, Mr. Redman?
I don't know.
It's been a good number of years at the very least, hasn't it?
That's my understanding, yes.
Yeah. I mean, for what it's worth, my notes last time said council's been a 20% persistent underperformer for 2 years, and we're 2 years on and you're still a 20% authority. Is that about fair? 4 years at least?
If that's what your notes say from last time, I couldn't give you a precise date.
Okay. And how long has this authority lacked a 5-year supply?
Again, I don't know.
I mean, isn't this relevant to planning balance?
I don't believe so, sir, no.
The length and seriousness of the housing deficits in this district are not relevant to planning balance.
The fact that we can't demonstrate a 5-year land supply, I think, is the relevant point in terms of para 11.
Let me be clear. Your evidence to the inspector is that the length of time that this authority has lacked a 5-year supply is not relevant to planning balance. Is that your position?
When I do the planning balance, I look at whether we have a 5-year land supply. I've never considered the length or duration of that undersupply, no.
And so it's irrelevant in your submission?
I wouldn't like to say it's irrelevant.
So it is relevant?
Possibly, but it's not something I've equated or taken into consideration when undertaking the test under para 11 of the MPPF.
All right. Your evidence, possibly relevant, but you've not taken it into account. Right. Let's see what the documents tell us about the length of time this authority has not had a 5-year supply. Go to CD 11.1, please.
Do you need anything more on the Sheila?
No, sir, you can close that.
Sorry, 11.1.
Yes. So, Mr. Redman, have you seen this before?
The appeal decision?
Yes.
Yes.
You have?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then let me remind you what the inspector said on page 4. There's a heading scheme benefits.
Yes.
It's common ground the core strategy is out of date, doesn't meet Wealden's local housing needs. The plan, that's the core strategy, provides for only 450 homes per annum. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
And the inspector refers there to, as opposed to a requirement for 1,225, but as you and I have discussed, that's now gone up.
That's correct,
By
yes.
a further 1,800 per annum, hasn't it?
Yes.
Sorry, a further 180 per annum.
180, yes.
Para 74 of the framework requires council to identify, update annually a minimum 5-year supply against their local housing need. Wealden can currently demonstrate 3.66 year supply. I consider this to be a substantial shortfall in meeting current government policy requirements. I'm sure you'd agree with that.
Yes.
and then 20. A lack of a 5-year supply has endured in Wealden for over 6 years. Do you see that?
I do.
So first of all, that dates the position, but secondly, this inspector thought it was relevant to note the longevity of the housing under provision in this district. Do you see that?
I do.
So at the time of this decision, no 5-year supply for over 6 years, and give or take a day or so, we are 3 years on from the date of this decision, which was, I think, inquiry in July 22 and decision in early August 22.
Right.
You can see that from the, don't take it from me, you can see that from the front of the document.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
No. And obviously 6 plus 3, this district hasn't had a 5-year supply for 9 years.
Are you asking me a question?
That's a question.
Then yes. No, we haven't had a supply for 9 years.
And here we are, 9 years into a period of deficits, and your current shortfall, 2,200 and whatever it was. So
Correct, yes.
yeah, the position has been really bad for a while, and now it's really, really bad with a deficit like that.
Yes, I would agree. It's bad.
I mean, there's nearly a decade. I mean, it's almost a permanent state of affairs that there isn't a 5-year supply in this district, isn't it?
Well, as you've highlighted, for 9 years, yes.
Mm-hmm. And obviously the 5-year period covers the next 5-year period. So it'll be 14 years of no predicted or actual 5-year supply.
Yes.
And obviously significantly boosting the delivery of housing is a key precept of this government and the governments that have preceded it, going back to March 2012 when the framework first came out. That's right, isn't it?
I agree, yes.
There's obviously a housing delivery crisis in this district. Would you agree that?
Yes, I would.
Acute and deep and long-standing.
Agreed, yes.
You've told us how you've dealt with those matters in the planning balance. Mr. Brown will give his view as to whether what we've been discussing is in fact relevant. The position has worsened in housing supply terms since the last appeal, hasn't it?
It has.
Yes. I think I said in opening that 2 years ago the authority claimed a 3.92 year supply, and that was for the period 2022 to 7. And obviously it's a technical point, but 3.92 has gone down to 3.68.
Yes, I think the reason for that was the updated framework and the standard method.
Those are the requirements under government policy.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but I think that's why there is the difference and the reduction in housing land supply.
Well, the government has imposed what it says is the appropriate way to assess a housing need on the basis that earlier assessments under-assessed housing need. I mean, that's the change.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to dispute that. I'm just saying
No,
that's
I didn't think
why it's lessened.
Yeah, and again, if we look under the hood and try and understand what that really meant, when we were last here, what 3.92 years meant was a shortfall of 1,579. Again, I put that in my opening, and I'm sure you've checked it and can confirm that that was indeed the agreed position 2 years ago.
I'll take your word for it. I don't dispute it.
Yeah. And so we can see that the shortfall has increased by, give or take, 700 homes that should be provided within the 5-year period but won't be.
Yes, that's about right.
What problems does lack of housing supply cause in a local area?
Obviously, people, well, everybody who needs a house will struggle to get one. It causes prices to go up on housing. Obviously, you don't get the additional benefits in terms of the economy, the social benefits, and everything that flows from a housing estate and those community benefits, to name a few.
Thank you. Yes, we agree. Can we see how this was put in the most recent Wealden decision that I'm aware of that's relevant? Take out Buxted, please. CD 11.16. We'll come back to it later. Tell me when you got that available to you, Mr. Owen.
Yes, it's open, thank you.
Thank you very much. Go to page 14.
I'm there, yes.
There's a heading, Heritage and Planning.
Yes.
Balance. And we don't need to go through all of it. This is a 49-unit scheme with 35% affordable housing.
Okay, yes.
Were you aware of that?
I was not, no.
Okay. All right. Anyway, go to paragraph 93. That's what I want to direct you to for these purposes. Again, if you want to check this is a very recent decision made on the 20th of June following a hearing, a 2-day hearing at the end of April.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
So it's using the same 5-year supply information that we've got available to us.
Yes.
And what the inspector says at paragraph 93 is there's no obvious remedy to the housing shortfall as the LPA continues to fail to meet the housing needs of the district. Do you see that?
I do.
And I don't think you dispute the inspector's conclusion. There's no obvious remedy to the housing shortfall, do you?
I do not dispute that, no.
No. And that's relevant to planning balance, isn't it?
Yes.
Have you taken that into account? You looked a bit unsure with that question.
I don't think I've taken it into account, no.
All right, thank you. Second part of that sentence, the way the inspector puts it, if a party put it like this, you'd say it was pejorative, but this is an inspector who, having considered the position, feels it's appropriate to refer to the LPA as continuing to fail to meet the housing needs of the district. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Yeah, so the seriousness of the crisis, the agreed crisis in this district, is clearly being communicated in the language that this inspector chooses to use.
Indeed, yes.
Thank you. Okay, you can put Buxted away for now. We'll probably have to come back to it. Right, I just want to, still in the same general heading, I just want to take a step back and just consider the position in this district. So probably the easiest way to do that is to look at the core strategy. Which I think is CD 6.1. So when you've got that, if you're looking at it electronically, go to page 13 of the PDF, please. And tell me when you're there, Mr. Edmund.
Yes, I'm there. Figure 1?
Figure 1, yes, it's the district's context map.
Yes.
And what we can see from that is that there are two very large areas of green at either end of the district, in broad terms, aren't there?
Yes, that's right.
And those are National Park at the bottom, and National Landscape is the other one.
That's correct, yes.
And I think the core strategy says that those two areas alone, National Park and National Landscape, AOMB in old language, cover 60% of the district.
I think that's about right. Obviously, the National Park is not within our district, but I believe the High Weald accounts for about just over 50% from memory.
Yes. I mean, do you mean that it's within your district, but you're not the planning authority?
Yes, I believe that's the case.
Yeah. In terms of the district as a whole, it's part of the 60% calculation,
Right,
which is
okay.
why it's shown in the darker green colour in this context plan, isn't it?
Yes.
But yes, I take your point. You're not the planning authority for it. Okay, and we can also note that there's a sort of blue purplish area, bottom right.
Yes.
And I apologise if I say this wrong, but those are the Pevensey Levels Ramsar areas, aren't they?
Yeah, that's correct. Triple SI as well, and Special Area of Conservation.
Yes. And so obviously those are heavily constrained as far as new developments are concerned.
That's right, yes.
Obviously, we don't need to discuss the level of constraint that applies in a national park or a national landscape, do we? It's a very strictly controlled development
Yes.
in those areas.
Yes.
We also have to the north of Uckfield, we have the Ashdown Forest area, and that is an SPA and an SAC, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
And that's where the requirement for a SANG with this scheme comes from, because we're within the 7-kilometre isochrome, as it were, from the Ashdown Forest.
Indeed, yes.
Yeah. And that obviously affects even development that could come forward within that area is affected by whether it is able to provide or buy into and afford to buy into a SANG somewhere else, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. So on any view, this is a district which has some significant constraints, doesn't it?
I would agree, yes.
All the more reason, some would say, for taking reasonably available opportunities for new development.
Yes.
Yeah. Just we're going to come back to the core strategy on a slightly separate point later, but just while we've got it open and picking up on the constraints picture, just go two pages further down, please. Page 15 of the PDF. At 2.10 of the text, do you see in the second sentence there's a reference to a limited legacy of brownfield land?
Yes,
And that remains the position, doesn't it?
it
That
does, yes.
Most of your development has to be on greenfield sites.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, and indeed, we can see, if we go to page 38 of the PDF, you're not alone in accepting what you've just accepted. 5.8 of the document use of PDL says in 5.8, third line, pick it up, there's a limited supply of brownfield opportunities, and then it uses the phrase, it's inevitable that there will have to be substantial use of greenfield land to meet existing and future housing needs. And that position hasn't changed in any sense, has it?
No.
Thank you. Now, just 5-year supply issues. We've talked about a few of them, and you've given us your position on some aspects and their relevance and whether you took them into account. Can I just understand this? Is your analysis, there's a 5-year supply deficit, that's all I need to know, on I go to my balance, look at other considerations, put them in the pot? Or is it relevant to know how deep the shortfall is?
It's relevant to know how deep the shortfall is.
Yeah, yeah. Do you accept it's relevant how long that shortfall is likely to carry on for?
Yes, I would probably agree with that.
Probably agree with that.
Yes.
Okay. And what the authority is doing about it, or whether the authority is doing nothing about it, do you now agree, after my earlier questions, that that's relevant?
I do,
Yeah.
but obviously, as you'll be aware, we are in the process of drafting a new local plan, which has already been through Reg 18, I think is due to go back out to Reg 18 following a further call for sites, I believe at the beginning of or first quarter of next year.
Yeah. We've already discussed your position that there's no obvious remedy to the housing shortfall and that you didn't take that into account in your planning balance. You're not going back on that evidence, are you?
Only in the sense that we are preparing a new local plan.
All right, fine. To which your evidence gives no weight.
No, and I appreciate it's obviously some way off.
Yeah, yeah. All right, well, we'll come back to that.
Okay.
Okay. Now, new topic, affordable housing. The appeal scheme's proposing 35%. That's all secured in the 106.
That's correct, yes.
To the council's satisfaction.
Yes.
And obviously, if the full 190 is brought forward, there'll be 67 affordable homes.
That's right, yes.
Yeah. And we've already seen that both of the planning statements of common ground, including the one that you signed, refer to the according of substantial weight to those affordable homes.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
Yes. And I don't think we'll disagree on these, but if we just look at very briefly how two other inspectors have dealt with affordable housing matters in the district. Why don't we go back to the Horham decision, which was CD 11.1. You may even still have it open. And if you go back to the page I was asking you about, page 4, just below March 19 and 20, you get to para 22.
Yes.
So this scheme was 35% affordable. The appellant's evidence over an acute need for affordable housing in Wilding with affordability worsening was not challenged. We'll remind ourselves this is 3 years ago, the inspector's writing.
Yes.
We'll see what's happened since then in a minute. A specific social benefit to which I attach very significant weight, and so on. Do you see?
I do.
Now, if we just go back to the front page of the decisions to check the context for the inspector using the phrase very significant weight, you can see at the top rubric that this was a scheme for up to 38 dwellings.
Yes.
And at 35%, up to 13 houses.
Yes.
Up to 13 affordable houses
Yes.
are given very significant weight, and obviously we're nearly 6 times that.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And then look also at an immediate area decision, if you like, Framfield decision, please. It's CD 11.4. So this is shortly after the Horham decision, January 23. And if you go to paragraph 68 of this decision, we'll do it in the same order. Look at what the inspector says first. 68. The evidence before me shows that delivery of affordable housing in the district has been substantially below the level of identified need for at least the last few years, and the main parties agree that there's an acute need for more affordable homes in Wealden. Proposal includes 35% affordable housing, which would provide for up to 20 affordable homes, and he gives that substantial weight. Do you see?
Yes.
And again, he's given you the number there, up to 20 affordables, substantial weight, and we're more than 3 times that.
Yes.
Thank you. Right, let's pick this up, please, by reference to the Statement of Common Ground. Why don't we go to the one that Mr. Robbins signed, CD 4.1. So if you go to page 12, please. You see 4.31, Mr. Robbins for the council agrees the delivery of affordable housing attracts substantial weight. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And you've told us your position. Go back to the top of the page. There's a reference to the SHMA, and then it says the need for affordable homes within Wealden continues to increase. Do you see that? Second sentence of 4.24.
Yes.
If I take it more slowly for you, Mr. Redman, first of all, there was a SHMA in 2016 which assessed an affordable need of 331 DPA, and then this document agrees that the need for affordable homes within Wealden continues to increase, and it does that in the context of 4.25, where it refers to the LHNA from August 2021. That's CD 6.11 if the inspector wants to have a look at it later. And that identifies a requirement for at least 519 social or affordable rents and a further 335 affordable homes for ownership, both of those figures being each year. Do you see that?
I do.
And that's in the period 2019 to 39, so 20-year period. All right. Clear need says 4.26 for affordable homes in Wilden District, and then skip down to 4.28. Compared to the higher requirements assessed in the LHNA for the last 5 years, 19 to 24, there's been a shortfall or under delivery of 2,957 affordable dwellings. Do you see?
I do, yes.
And that's a huge number in just a 5-year period that have been under-provided, isn't it? Huge.
Yes.
For the most vulnerable in society.
Yes.
Is it Wealden's policy that everyone should be provided with a decent home over their heads?
Of course.
It looks like that goal is being significantly under-hit.
Yes.
4.29, it's agreed there's a very significant need for additional affordable homes. Chronic under-delivery of affordable housing in the district. Do you see that?
Yes.
All agreed with Mr. Robbins. Right, I just want to do one thing with the 2957 figure, which I can't do from the SOCG, but I can do from Mr. Brown's SB5, but I need the errata sheet, which I know you kindly agreed that could go to the inspectorate last week, and hopefully you've got that somewhere.
Yes.
So this is a 2-page errata sheet dated July 2025. It says SB5 at the top. Tell me when you've got that to hand. Yeah. Do you want to dish out spare copies?
Yeah. So is this just a replacement for that document?
It's not a complete replacement of the document, sir. It's a
Partial replacement.
it's a partial replacement, and in particular, Table 1 was done on some wrong figures which didn't reflect the SOCG, so it corrects that.
Yeah.
So, let's say if we look bottom of page 1 of the errata sheet, Mr. Redman, you with me?
Yes.
So if you we've obviously got the years as the first column, and then we've got the number of homes delivered, and then there's a comparison with the SHMA, and then there's a comparison with the LHNA, which obviously superseded the SHMA in 21. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
And if you look bottom right of this table, you can see again that 2957 figure which Mr. Robbins agreed. Yep.
Yes.
Now, what I just want to do with you is identify that in between the last appeal and today, the 2 rows above that for 22.3 and then for 23.4 come into the picture, which we didn't have information for 2 years ago. Correct?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. And so what those show is that the shortfall, the accrued shortfall, has increased by 636 plus 485 since the last appeal was determined.
483, but yes.
Well, and 636, we didn't have that row.
Sorry, yes, but you said 485. Just
Oh, I'm sorry,
clarifying that.
yeah.
That's okay.
I'm sorry, yes, 483 plus 636.
Yes.
Or adding them together, 1,119 affordable homes just get added to the shortfall, another number in Wealden reflecting the extent of the failure to provide. That's right, isn't it?
So yes, over those 2 years, it was the 1,000, was it 119?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Or obviously, I'm asking you about this in the context of your point, well, you say lesser benefits because it's a lesser scheme, but the inspector's going to have to assess whether there's any validity in that point in the context of an obviously worsened position where the affordable housing shortfall is over 1,100 units worse than it was when we were last here.
Indeed, but clearly there would be lesser benefits, and I haven't sought to argue that the weighting I've given to the scheme's benefits differ from that of the previous inspector.
Yeah, well, there'll be lesser houses, but they're needed all the more. That'd be a fair position, wouldn't
They're
it?
certainly needed, yes.
Well, they're needed all the more because the shortfalls are even worse, and you've admitted today that this district has a housing crisis
Yes.
and no obvious remedy for its housing crisis.
As said, we went over it earlier. We are
Yes.
in the process of drafting a plan.
All right. Okay, now for the next questions, we want SB5, but not the errata sheet. We want the original SB5, please. And I just want to show you two other aspects of the affordable housing position in the district. If you go to page 6 of the original SB5, you've got at the top a graph that plots the affordability ratio in the district against various comparators. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
And you can see that, well, from 1999, the district has consistently been, by and large, the same margin above both the England average and even the South East average. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yeah. And can we also, again, just to put figures to the current situation, go to page 4 of the original SB5 and table 2, extent of housing waiting list in Wealdon district. Have you got that?
Yes.
Good, thank you. As I understand this table, it's telling us on the first row that households on the waiting list, as at the last time a measurement was taken, are 1,071 households waiting for affordable homes. Is that how you understand this?
That appears to be correct, yes.
Yeah. And we can note that in the period that's covered here, it's not been that high. It's been close in 2015 and in 2017. But that's the highest that it's been in this 10-year period.
Yes, that appears to be the case.
Yeah. And we can also note that when this site was last at appeal 2 years ago, do you see the figure 2 years before, 552?
I do, yes.
So there's been essentially a 100% increase in households on the waiting list between the last appeal and today.
That appears to be the case, yes.
Hmm. Look at the bottom row, please, the homeless. 137 in the homeless category. Is that households?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you see what the figure was 2 years ago at the time of the last appeal?
I do, 13.
So we've gone up 10 times.
Yes.
And if you look across for the last 10 years, that category has never been anywhere near 137, has it?
No.
No. And as you say, in the last 2 years, that figure's increased 1,000%.
1,000%.
10 times, 1,000%.
Yes.
Did you know all of these things when you wrote your proof?
I think I was aware of them. Yes.
So they're all fully taken into account in your proof, are they?
I haven't specifically referenced them, as you're aware.
Or does that mean that they're not taken into account?
Well, the fact that we don't have a 5-year land supply and clearly haven't delivered enough market, affordable, custom self-built dwellings is clearly reflected in my proof and the weight I give to those benefits.
Can we take it that if you've specifically referred to something in your proof, you've taken it into account in your balance, but otherwise, if it's not mentioned, it's not taken into account in the balance?
I think it is taken into account in
No.
the balance with the weight I afford.
No. But a different question, Mr.
Sorry.
Redman. Does your proof set out all matters that you have taken into account in your balance?
No.
There are matters you've not referenced in the proof, but which you've taken into account.
No.
Okay.
Sorry,
Then-
I'm a bit confused by the question.
I'll ask it again so that we have a clear record of your evidence.
Yes.
Is your proof, your 30-page odd proof,
Yeah.
is that a full record of the matters that you have taken into consideration when striking the heritage balance that you've put forward?
Apologies. Yes, it is.
It is.
Yes.
Right. I thought that's...
Yeah.
I know you said no last
Sorry.
time, but I thought that's probably what you meant.
Yes.
Okay. So the proof is a full record of what's taken into account.
Yes.
And it must therefore follow that if it's not in your proof, you've not taken it into account. I mean, that's just
Yes.
the other side of the coin. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Improved taken into account, not improved not taken
Yeah, I
into account.
didn't look at homeless rates when I considered the balance. No.
No. Good, thank you. That's very clear now. In policy terms, we're still looking at affordable housing. In policy terms, the importance of providing affordable housing has increased as a result of the most recent MPPF. Do you agree?
Yes.
Good. I thought we agreed that. That point isn't referenced in your proof. But you agree it anyway. Do you?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Just look at the framework with me, please, just so that we can make good our agreement on this for the inspector's benefit. I think the framework is a core document, but I'm sure you've got it readily available. And it's paragraph 20 I want to go to first.
Sorry, apologies, which document?
And the MPPF. I'm not going to call out a CD number because I think everybody's got it separately, probably. So it's paragraph 20 that we should start with, Mr. Redman.
I'm there, yes.
Thank you. Strategic policy should set out an overall strategy for the pattern, scale and design quality of places and make sufficient provision with a footnote in line with the presumption in favour for, item A, homes including affordable housing. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that requirement for policies to make sufficient provision, including for affordable housing, that's a new in the sense of being additional emphasis that wasn't in earlier iterations of the framework, isn't it?
That's my understanding, yes.
Yeah. And similarly, if you go back to the presumption in favour, paragraph 11, you can see that the language of the tilted balance has changed to reflect this government's various priorities.
Yes.
So the tilted balance language in D2, grant permission unless any adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against policies in the framework taken as a whole, having particular regard, this is the new bit, to key policies for directing development to sustainable locations, making effective use of land, securing well-designed places, and providing affordable homes. Do you see?
I do, yes.
So this point has been elevated to a particular focus of the tilted balance, hasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Good. Right. Put the framework away for now. You go to CD 11.19, please. And page 16 of the decision. We have been here before because I asked Ms. Smith about it. So tell me when you've got page 16.
I'm there, yes.
Thank you. Paragraph 88. There's a general point about affordable housing. The consequences of not providing enough affordable homes affect people. You wouldn't disagree with that?
No.
Being able to access good housing has a bearing upon everyday life, and there are socio-economic effects such as financial security and stability, physical and mental health. See that?
I do, yes.
Decreased social mobility, and adverse effects on children's education and development.
Yes.
Does the Council dispute that those are some of the adverse consequences of not providing enough affordable houses?
We do not dispute that, no.
Including adverse effects on children's education and development.
Yes.
Somewhat related, 5% of the homes, up to 10 therefore, will be self-build homes. And
Yes.
there's a continuing need for those in Uckfield, isn't there?
That's correct,
I
yes.
think you've kindly set that out in the SIL compliance
Yes,
schedule, and weight should be attached to that
that's correct.
element as well.
Yes.
In a favourable direction. Good, thank you.
Indeed.
Right. New heading, development plan adopted and emerging. Just to get our bearings on this, the core strategy which I've shown you was adopted in 2013.
That's right, yes.
Was it February 2013?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. So it's been out of date since February 2018.
That's correct, yes.
Where are we now? 7.5 years later?
About that, yes.
Yeah. So you've been in an out-of-date development plan scenario for 7.5 years.
Yes, that's correct.
And your emerging plan, you've already told the inspector, is one to which, as we sit here now, you attach no weight.
That's correct, yes.
And as we've already discussed, there was a failed attempt some years ago to have a development plan, but that was heavily criticised by the examining inspector, and in consequence of that, heavy criticism was withdrawn.
I believe that's the case, yes.
The adopted core strategy, again, we've discussed this, but it's worth going back over it now that it's a sort of topic. That was drawn to meet needs assessed at 450 per year, correct?
Yes.
And that was for the period 2006 to 27.
Yes.
And in fact, that figure 450 a year, that had come from the South East Plan.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. And obviously local housing need is now about 3 times more per year, year on year.
Yes.
Right. If we just look at your statement of case, please, on one point.
Just remind me where that is.
It's CD 3.3, sir, but unless it's been changed around, that document is in a bit of a mess with appendices coming before the actual statement of case, which itself begins at about page 170 something.
It's been changed, it is just...
Oh, has it? Fantastic, thanks very much. Right, well then my page references will be wrong, so let me... well, actually, it's paragraph 3.12 that I want. So if people can orient themselves to paragraph 3.12, which is page 10 internal of the statement of case, then let's look at what the council said there. So tell me when you've got that in front of you.
I'm there, yes.
So very, very frank statements here. In the middle, it says, to be clear, it's unlikely the new plan will have fully progressed to Reg 19 stage by the sitting days of the inquiry. The latest LDS is talking about a Reg 18 maybe at the end of the year.
Yeah, I believe so. I believe I cover it off in paras 4.12 to 4.14 of my proof.
Yes, but cutting through all of that,
Yes.
we haven't got to Reg 19 stage,
We have not, no.
and there's to be a new Reg 18 before Reg 19,
That's correct.
and that could be later this year or it could be next year. There's no certainty.
I think at the moment the timetable is for the third quarter of this year.
Yeah, I see. So it's imminent, is it, a Reg 18?
I believe so, by the end of this year is the plan, yes.
Oh, well, that's not the third quarter. That's the fourth quarter.
Oh, sorry, fourth quarter then.
All right. Yep, and that'll be providing a strategy for housing up to local housing need, will it?
I don't know.
You don't know. You can't
No.
help.
No.
All right. And then the next sentence, please, of the council's statement of case. It's also the case the council does not and will not be relying on this emerging strategy for the purposes of the appeal. And that remains the position, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah, because your evidence is, please, Mr. Inspector, attach no weight to the emerging strategy.
That's correct.
And then, as agreed in the SOCG, there's no up-to-date development plan strategy to deal with the housing requirements, which are the result of the new standard method and so on, you see.
That's right.
Yeah. Right. Can we pull the threads of this discussion together by going to CD 10.6, please? Yes, that's right. Yes, so this is the Court of Appeal decision in Hallam Land. I imagine you're familiar with the parts of this decision that relate to weighting housing provision in the context of a 5-year deficit.
Yes.
So let's go to para 51, please, which is on page 17. So just look at the last sentence. The weight given to the benefits of new housing development in an area where a shortfall in housing land supply has arisen is likely to depend on factors such as the broad magnitude of the shortfall. Well, we know what the position is there. That's the 2270 figure. Yep.
Yes.
And then the next one is how long it's likely to persist, and that's related to what the local authority is doing to reduce it. Do you see?
Yes.
Yeah, and obviously we've discussed that in terms of your evidence, no obvious remedy for the housing shortfall, no weight to the emerging local plan.
Yes.
Yep, okay. And if you remember, you told us that those factors, the absence of an obvious remedy to the housing strategy, were factors you hadn't taken into account in your planning balance. Do you remember
That's
that?
correct, yes.
Yeah. And here we see Hallam Land explaining the relevance of those factors. And then it goes on how much of it, i.e. the shortfall, the development will meet. And obviously 190 homes is just under 10% of the current 5-year deficit, isn't it?
Yes,
Yeah, it's a meaningful contribution.
it is. And that's why I forwarded it the way I did.
Yes, well, we know that you disagree with Mr. Robbins and the council on weight, but I've cross-examined you on that. Right, just briefly, locational sustainability. We've already agreed that there isn't an objection from the council in those terms, is there?
No, sir.
No. And nor is there an objection from County Highways on sustainability grounds. Do you agree with that?
I do.
Yeah. And we probably don't need to turn it up, but if the inspector wants to note the Highways Statement of Common Ground, C 4.2, at paragraph 5.1 and 5.5, sets out in text what we've just agreed, namely that those are matters that the county is entirely satisfied with. Do you accept that?
Yes.
Thank you. And again, locational sustainability issues, like affordable housing, that's another point which has enhanced status in a sense under the framework, because it's a particular factor that attention has been drawn to in the tilted balance. Do you agree?
Yes.
Yeah. And so for your note, I'm referring again to 11D2 of the framework, the tilted balance. We looked at it in the context of provision of affordable homes, but one of the other categories is directing development to sustainable locations, which has now been specifically brought in to the tilted balance. Good. Okay, so we agree on that. Let's see if we can agree some other things. Go back to the core strategy, please. I said we'd have to come back to this, CD 6.1, I think. Right, so we've already looked at the constraints and difficulties of the district in general terms. As it were, the many places where development would likely be unacceptable. I want to look at what the core strategy says about where development should be directed, preferentially. All right?
Yes.
So if you go to page 19 of the PDF, you should have paragraph 3.3 of the core strategy.
Yeah.
And if you go down to the third line, at the beginning of that line, it says this: by identifying those places that have the greatest amount and range of employment, community facilities and support services, and which are best served by public transport, the hierarchy, and this is under the heading of the Wealden settlement hierarchy, the hierarchy helps ensure that the majority of Wealden's residents can access these while minimising the need to travel. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
So it's an obvious point, but the hierarchy is itself intending to achieve locational sustainability in the development.
That's correct.
Right. So in terms of the specifics of how that is done, if you go down to the settlement hierarchy, just below 3.3, you can see it's divided into a number of different settlement types. Right, so you have primary centre. Do you see?
Sorry, yes, yeah.
Sorry, unless you, I'm not always looking at you, so unless you say
yes,
something, I don't
yes.
know you've agreed with me. Okay, and the primary centres, you can see on the right side, are all outside the district, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
And then the next one listed as secondary centres, and those are all outside the district as well.
That's correct.
So the first ones that are actually in the district are the district centres.
Yes.
And the district centres are described in this way: an accessible settlement by road and public transport containing a range of shops, employment opportunities and facilities including secondary schools, not reliant upon other centres within the district to meet day-to-day needs, but requires support from other secondary or primary centres to meet needs of the residents. Do you see?
Yes.
And those within the district, those are the most sustainable locations, the
That's
district
correct,
centres.
yes.
And there are 3 of them, and Uckfield's one of them.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so top of the settlement hierarchy within the district.
Correct.
And then if the inspector wants to see that pictorially, 2 pages on, there's a map, and you can see the outer district areas, but you can also see the 3 yellows are the district centres within Wealden district itself, and Uckfield's the middle one of those. Do you see?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay, so let's just see what is said, please, about Uckfield and about the other 2, Crowborough and Hailsham, in this document. If you go to, skip ahead to page 37 of the PDF. So this is the distribution policy, obviously focused on the much lower need that was identified at the time. WCS2, distribution of housing growth in the plan period. Do you see
Yes,
that?
yep.
And Uckfield is given built or already committed 742 and new allocations 1,000.
Yes.
Total dwellings 1742.
Yes.
Yep. And the only place that gets anywhere near to that is Hailsham. And you can see the division in the Hailsham numbers between built already committed versus new allocations. Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. And then go back a few pages, page 24. Again, if we just take this in turn, we'll start with Uckfield. That's dealt with at 3.14.
Yes.
And you can see the way Uckfield is dealt with, an ambition to regenerate and change,
Yes.
and it's to contribute to the need for the provision of significant growth.
Yes.
Yeah, as assessed at the time.
Yes.
And then let's just see what's said about the other two district centres. So Crowborough is dealt with in 3.13. And Crowborough is in the middle, as we saw, of the AOMB. Yep.
Yes.
And according to the core strategy, has the additional influence of Ashdown Forest and so on and so forth.
Sorry, what's you referring to?
Paragraph above, sir, 3.13.
Oh, yeah.
And if you just scan that, the various factors are set out: limited employment opportunities, AOMB, nature conservation, and as a result of that, growth is limited. Do you see? So Crowborough, despite being a
Yes.
district centre, it's, as it were, at the bottom of the district centres.
Yes.
Yeah, and the other one is Hailsham. And that's dealt with in 3.16. And essentially the position is that of the three district centres, the two at the top of the settlement hierarchy within the district are Uckfield and Hailsham.
I think that's right. Yes.
That'd be fair, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
Yeah. And obviously in locational sustainability terms, it's important for the inspector to be aware of the fact that Uckfield is one of the two locations at the very top of the settlement hierarchy, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. And that's, again, a consideration you don't refer to in your proof, do you?
I didn't feel it was necessary as we considered that the site was locationally sustainable.
Yeah, I know. But planning is not just about working out what are the reasons to say no and then going through them and excluding them. It's also about what are the real genuine benefits of developing in a particular location, isn't it? What are the positive features?
I think that's clearly set out in my proof.
Yeah, all right. Right, highway matters. So new topic, I think. Highway benefits. I know you weren't at the last inquiry, but for 2 years the appellant has been saying that its scheme would bring highway benefits. Were you aware of that?
I was not aware of that, no.
Obviously, last time that argument failed because the inspector rejected the T-junction.
Right.
Obviously, there'd be no benefits of an unsafe access, but that's been the appellant's position all the way through.
I'm not aware of that position.
You're not? All
No.
right. Okay, well, Mr. Brown will address that if he needs to. Now, let's just look at one or two aspects of the highway benefits issues. One of the things that Mr. Stevens' evidence addressed, I hope we won't need to turn it up and we'll just talk about it in broad brush terms.
Okay.
One of the things he addressed was that was his view, which he put forward, that the roundabout and the associated works and the skid resistance, surfacing and the signage and the lighting and so on would reduce speeds on the B2102 in this section of the road. Do you remember that part of his evidence?
I believe that was his evidence, but I believe that was refuted by Miss Cambo of the Highway Authority, who said that the actual speeds of vehicles on that road is already around about 40 miles per hour.
Yeah.
So below the speed limit.
Yeah, but maybe this is a difference of recollection and the inspector will just have to look at his notes of the RTS. Miss Cambo simply did not address Mr. Stevens' point that the roundabout and associated works will bring the speeds down. She didn't comment on it, she didn't accept it, she didn't not accept it. She simply ignored that issue completely.
I may have missed it, but I'm convinced she mentioned about the actual speeds of vehicles travelling along that road now.
Well, she may well have done, but there isn't a roundabout there now, is there? And
No,
Mr. Stevens' point is obviously that you introduce a roundabout that people have to stop for, look to the right before they progress, and then manoeuvre their car around a roundabout. That will bring speeds down. That's his point.
It brings speeds down, certainly, yes, when you're approaching a
you agree it
roundabout.
will?
But my understanding was that section of the road would be 40 miles per hour. And I believe Ms Cambo has already said that vehicles, the average speed of vehicles along that section of the road are 40 miles per hour. So I can't see how that's a highway safety benefit.
Yes, Mr. Stevens' evidence, which Ms Cambo did not talk to, is that he anticipated speeds would reduce by about 5 miles an hour. You're not in a position to dispute that or agree it. I'm not asking you.
No, I'm certainly not, no.
No, okay. Anyway, I'm going to say that the position is Mr. Stevens put that forward and Ms Cambo didn't say anything at all about the future position or dispute Mr. Stevens' evidence anticipating 5 mile an hour speed reductions.
No, I can't referring to 5 miles per hour, but I do recollect her saying that there wouldn't be any highway safety benefits from the scheme.
Well, she was talking about a different aspect that we're going to come on to. Okay, that's as far as we can take that. Mr. Stevens' evidence, which again Ms Cambo didn't comment on either way, is that, as is well established, every 1 mile an hour reduction decreases collision frequency by about 5 or 6%, and accordingly collision frequency could be reduced 25 to 30% by the appeal scheme. That again is a point that highways didn't comment on at the RTS, did they?
I don't recall.
No. All right. Now on the substandard visibility associated with the junction, the position is this: county highways accepted that the visibility is substandard, didn't they?
I believe so, yes.
Yes. And then the inspector has to choose between effectively opinions. Their opinion is, well, we haven't had an accident for 10 years, so we're not that concerned. Against Mr. Stevens saying the visibility is materially substandard, this is an accident waiting to happen. That's what it comes down to, doesn't it?
I understand that, but obviously I'm not a highways expert.
No.
But I've been to the site a few times. I've never had issues with visibility because of the wide bell mouth and where you can position your car.
All right.
I mean, the inspector's been to the site, so
yes.
he can make a call on that himself, can't he?
Yes, absolutely. And also, you've never driven an HGV to or from the site.
I certainly haven't.
No.
No.
Where you have much less flexibility, where you can position the vehicle, don't you?
Quite possibly, but my understanding, an HGV driver, you're much higher as well, so you've got increased visibility from that.
Doesn't make any difference if there's a huge hedge 52 metres to your left when it ought to be 160 metres away.
Quite possibly, but as I said, Miss Cambo gave evidence on that and said there isn't an issue there at the moment.
If the inspector...
And hasn't been.
Well, and this is not investing, but obviously the past is not always a guide to the future, is it?
No, it isn't.
No. If the inspector were to agree with Mr. Stevens, or more agree with Mr. Stevens than Miss Cambo, that this could be an accident waiting to happen, that this is an unsafe access because visibility is so below where it should be, that would be another potent consideration to add to the planning balance in favour of the scheme, wouldn't it?
It would certainly be a consideration. I don't think we've got any evidence to suggest that it's unacceptable and operates unsafely at present. But if the inspector concludes differently, it's a matter for him to afford weight to that potential benefit.
Yeah, we have agreed evidence that it's unacceptable because we have agreed evidence that it's miles below the standard, 52 metres, not 160, on visibility to the left.
But we have no evidence that it operates unsafely.
Well, we have no actual accidents yet, if that's your point.
That's my point, yes.
All right. And then in terms of the other matters, I think we're all agreed there is clearly some benefit that pedestrians and cyclists can use the internal route down the hill and to Framfield Road rather than having to go in the carriageway if they choose, correct?
That's right. I think it would benefit, I think, is it only numbers 18 and 19 in Lycroft? I'm not sure about any of the other dwellings that run along that side of Framfield Road.
The scheme brings footway upgrades on Framfield Road, doesn't it?
I believe so. Further down the hill, it's my understanding.
Yeah, further down the hill to help existing residents safely walk into Upfield and back.
My understanding, though, is they are required mitigation for the scheme and to make it acceptable in planning terms.
Well, maybe so, but it'll also bring benefits for existing residents, won't it?
I think minor at best, yes.
I see. Bus stop improvements and bus contribution, again, they're put forward in part as mitigation, but they will also, as a matter of fact, benefit existing residents, won't they?
Yes.
And all these matters that we've just discussed, you have not taken into account in the planning balance?
I have not, no.
Both in your proof, where you didn't apparently understand we were relying on highway benefits, but also in your evidence today, now that you know that we are, you've still excluded all of those considerations from your planning balance, haven't you?
Yeah, on that though, I don't remember seeing anything, and I may be wrong, in the submissions up until the point of Mr. Brown's and Mr. Stevens' proof. So I'm unsure how I could rely on a benefit that hadn't been claimed before that within the submissions. And I may be wrong, but I don't think it was even agreed in the Highway Statement of Common Ground.
Leaving all that aside, your position is completely unchanged today. You still disregard those and exclude them from your planning balance, don't you?
I do, yes,
Yeah.
based on the evidence of Miss Campbell.
Yeah. Right, we'll leave that with the inspector. So I'm in your hands. I've got a few more things to ask the witness. We could break now and come back and deal with those. I've probably got another 45 to 60 minutes.
Oh, okay. 45 to 60 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably best break now then. Okay. So, what are likely to be your new topics?
Well,
You're not sure?
yeah, I'll have a look over
Oh yeah,
the lunch
okay,
break.
fine. Okay. So, well, shall we come back at what, 2? I'm just thinking about the lunch arrangements here. Say 2. I mean, is this going to allow enough time? I think it will.
I think so. I think so. Obviously, we didn't get going with Mr. Redmond
No.
at 10 as
Well, if we
originally
come-
envisaged, but I think we'll probably still finish both witnesses today.
Yeah, if we come back at 2, so evidence in chief of Mr. Brown, roughly 40 minutes?
Probably less.
Less, okay. And cross-examination of Mr. Brown, 2 hours?
Shorter than this, no.
3 hours?
No, shorter, sir. Probably up to an hour and a half. But,
Oh,
you know,
okay.
I mean,
Oh, yeah.
the issues are narrow, sir. I mean,
The issues are narrow, so yeah, lots of time then. So do you think, and I'm asking Mr. Brown this, the lunch arrangements at the hotel, we can have lunch and get back here by 2, okay?
I think we press upon them the urgency, sir. Hopefully they'll oblige.
Yeah, and it's not full of people like it was on Thursday, so it should be okay, hopefully. Yeah, okay, fine. Let's do that then. 2 o'clock then. Okay, let's resume.
Thank you,
Over
sir.
to you.
Thank you. Afternoon, Mr. Redman.
Good afternoon.
We'll just talk about some of the other benefits very briefly, please, where I think there's very little disagreement between you and Mr. Brown. You both agree that ancient woodland management benefits should be accorded moderate weight. Do you remember that?
I believe that's the case, yes.
Yeah. And there's a slight disagreement. You say limited, he says moderate for the SANG and POS provision.
Yes.
So I don't think I can usefully explore that difference. We'll leave it to the inspector to reach a judgment. What we can note is that the SANG is going to be available for existing residents in the area should they wish to visit it and walk their dog or whatever.
That's correct, yes.
And hence the Highway Authority requirement that we provide 9 parking spaces for existing residents. Yeah?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Brown sets this out in his evidence. I'll show you if we need to. He says the requirement, based on the Natural England calculations, is for a SANG of 3.65 hectares. Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
And in fact, the provision within the appeal scheme is 8.7 hectares. So we have an excess over the requirements of 3.95 hectares of SANG. Were you aware of that?
I believe so. I think my understanding was that the requirement per 1,000 residents is for a SANG of 8 hectares.
Yes.
So
Well,
that would seem about right, yes.
Yes, that's where the 3.65 comes from.
Right.
We haven't got 1,000 residents.
No, of course.
All right, so an excess of just short of 4 hectares of SANG. We've agreed that, as a matter
Yes.
of fact. And the scheme also involves another 5.2 hectares of public open space, doesn't it?
Yes.
Which is not incorporated within the SANG.
That's correct.
Yeah. And so if I add up those two provisions, 8.7 SANG and 5.2 hectares of POS, I get a total of 13.9 hectares of land which is going to be dedicated to SANG or POS, don't I?
Yes.
And we have a site here which is 20 hectares or so. Correct?
Yes, yep.
And so 70% of the appeal scheme is for open treatment, POS or SANG.
That sounds about right, yes.
Yeah. Good, thank you. Right, on BNG, I think we did an update of the BNG position to reflect the final agreed access proposals, and you can just look at that on Mr. Brown's proof at page 86, if you've got that to hand,
I'll just turn that up now.
or you can look at his summary of the figures anyway.
Okay.
The BNG update itself is elsewhere.
And whereabouts was that in the proof, please?
5.160. So he's summarising what's in SB1. And do you see he divides it into 2. For the development part of the scheme, there's a net gain of 18% in habitat units and 26% for hedgerow features, or linear features he calls them. Do you see?
I do see that, yes.
And then for the SANG, there's 129% gain in habitat units and 26% for hedgerows.
Yes, I see that.
Yeah. And you and Mr. Brown have both accorded these benefits moderate weight.
Yes.
Yeah. Economic benefits, again, similarly, you and Mr. Brown are agreed moderate weight. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Can you go on a couple of pages, please, in Mr. Brown's proof,
Yes.
page 89 and 90, he sets out some of the economic benefits which he's based his assessment on. And could we just look at one or two of them, please? You look at
Indeed.
Romans 6 in the middle of page 89.
Yes.
Based on a multiplier of 3.4 jobs per new home, the appeal scheme for 190 dwellings is estimated to create or support up to 646 direct, indirect and induced jobs. None of that's in dispute, is it?
I have no evidence to confirm or refute that, so I'm not disputing it.
You're not disputing
No.
it, thank you. And then it goes on, increased expenditure in the local area, helping to deliver a significant boost to the local economy through first occupation expenditure. That's people going out and buying couches and beds and things like that, kitchen equipment and so
Right.
on when they move to an area. Yep, again, none of this is disputed, I don't think.
No, I don't believe so.
And then item Roman 9, generating a further significant economic boost of 263,000 from residents moving into the district's existing housing stock. And then over the page, Roman 10, there's a calculation of a weekly spend per household. Fifth line down, £612, 31,932 per annum. For the appeal scheme at Burden Eye, providing up to 190 dwellings, the total gross expenditure is estimated to be over £6 million per year to the economy. And again, the specifics are not in dispute, are they?
I don't believe so.
No. And as you said in one of your answers earlier, because the district is not producing the number of homes that it should be producing by the significant margins we've already discussed, the district is also not generating the level of economic benefits that are associated with new housing, which it should be producing.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. And that's obviously bad for all residents who might benefit from those, from people spending money in their shops and so on, isn't it?
Of course, yes.
Right. So let's move on and discuss some heritage-related matters, please, as they relate to your evidence. You'll need Miss Tucker's proof and Dr. Mealy's evidence as well. I hope you've got those somewhere to hand. But can you start off with Miss Tucker's Appendix G, please?
Yes, I'm there.
Thank you. And obviously I appreciate this isn't your document, and I'm not cross-examining Miss Tucker, but you can help me to this extent. In the last paragraph there is reference to, at reserve matters stage, it being possible to accommodate development proposed within the red line area without harm to the significance of the listed building. There is that reference, isn't there?
I don't know, I'm on Appendix G, so I'm in her appendices at the moment. Would you like me to go into her actual proof?
Sorry, Appendix H.
Appendix
Sorry,
H. No, that's okay.
my note is wrong. Appendix H. So sorry.
That's okay.
So this is the consultation response last time around.
Yeah, and you said final
Paragraph. Subject to the reserve matters layout, should be possible to accommodate development proposed within the red line area without harm to the significance of the listed building. You can see she says that, doesn't she?
Yes, she does.
And what she doesn't say here is, I want there to be not a single house west of the Oast. Does she?
She does not, no.
No. And the 23 appeal decision doesn't say there shall be no houses west of the OST, does it?
It does not.
No. I imagine we can agree this, or these matters in relation to the current scheme, please. The OST is not in any way physically affected by the appeal scheme, is it?
That's correct, no.
Yeah. Internally, no change?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
No. There was discussion about internal improvement works, but the council said they'd attach no benefit, no weight to that in the balance, and so it's not been taken forward. Were you aware of that?
I was not, no.
Okay, well that's in the pre-app, but okay, you weren't aware.
No.
And externally, there are no works to the OST either as a result of this
No,
scheme to the OST itself.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah.
The actual building,
The actual building.
yes.
Yeah, and obviously its architectural attributes are untouched.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, and obviously its listed status or listable status will be totally unaffected by the appeal scheme, won't it?
In what way do you mean?
Well, it is a listed building today. If the appeal scheme's built out, nobody's going to suggest that it should be delisted or anything, are they?
No, I don't believe so.
Quite. So, put another way, the OST's value as a heritage asset will remain the same with the appeal scheme, won't it?
That's incorrect.
That's incorrect.
Yes,
All right. So the council disputes that.
yes.
Okay. In terms of heritage enhancements, let's just have a look at GPA 3, please. Which I think should be CD 7.5. So actually you can see on the second page at the bottom, first published by English Heritage, March 2015, this edition published by Historic England, December 2017, and it's the current version. Do you see that?
Where does it say that? At the bottom?
Very bottom of the second page
Oh, this-
of the PDF. Do you see?
Yes,
Right, and then if you go on to page 18 of the PDF, we have enhancement. And one of the categories of enhancement, removing or remodelling an intrusive building or feature,
yes,
replacement of a detrimental feature by a new and more harmonious one. Do you
yes.
see those?
Yep,
And both of those could cover, I don't think we disagree on this, matters such as removal of power lines and restoration of the car parking area to a green area. Do you agree?
yes,
Thank you. And then if you look further down, the last two bullet points, introducing new views that add to the public experience of the asset and improving public access to or interpretation of the asset, including its setting. So those aspects could be regarded as being addressed by new residents who will be able to walk out of their houses and walk towards town with striking views of the Oast to their right, couldn't it?
possibly. I mean, I think that's a question for Miss Tucker rather than myself.
Yeah. Well, the question for you is, have you factored heritage enhancements into your planning balance or have you disregarded them?
I've not disregarded them, no. I would have to find the exact paragraph, but I think it's in the heritage balance section. And my understanding from Ms Tucker's evidence, which is obviously that which I rely upon, was that when she arrived at the conclusion of less than substantial harm at a moderate level, those heritage benefits were weighted into that. That's my understanding.
And that's been your approach, has it, to carry that through as well?
Well, my approach is to take Ms Tucker's evidence and her conclusion of less than substantial harm at a moderate level, which took into account those heritage benefits.
Yes, I see. Right. Can we just go and see what the framework says about these enhancements, please? And go to paragraph 212, please. Have you got that?
Yes.
Thank you. When considering the impact of a proposed development on the significance of a designated heritage asset, great weight should be given to the asset's conservation. The more important the asset, the greater the weight should be. Do you see that?
I do.
And in this context, conservation, we see from page 72, is the process of maintaining and managing change to a heritage asset in a way that sustains and, where appropriate, enhances its significance. Do you see?
I haven't turned it up, but I take your word for it, yes.
Yeah. So in principle, enhancements to significance are matters to which great weight should be given because they relate to the asset's conservation. Do you accept that?
I do, but obviously the council's case is there is an enhancement here.
Well, I understand the council is referring to other features which it says are harmful. It says now are harmful.
But as I've set out to you, sir, those benefits that the appellant is claiming in relation to the removal of the car park, the viewpoint or the interpretation board and the bench, they were weighed into Miss Tucker's balance when considering the heritage impact, and she still arrived at the conclusion of less than substantial harm at a moderate level.
Yeah, I'm more interested in things like people walking across the public open space or picnicking on the public open space and having these fantastic views towards the Oust, with the housing hundreds of yards away.
I mean, again, this is for Miss Tucker, I would say, but my understanding is that there's something, I think it's in the GPA 3, about that a heritage asset doesn't have to be viewed or publicly accessible for it to retain its significance.
Yeah, well, that's a separate point and not in dispute between us. I'm looking at the question of enhancements, and we've seen that GPA 3 is absolutely clear that creation of new public views is an enhancement that needs to be properly recognised, isn't it?
I think it has been by Miss Tucker.
Yeah, all right. Okay, go back to the body of the framework, please, para 219. Let's look at this, because they're not featured so far. Local planning authorities should look for opportunities for new development within conservation areas and World Heritage sites and within the setting of heritage assets to enhance or better reveal their significance. Proposals that preserve those elements of the setting that make a positive contribution to the asset or which better reveal its significance should be treated favourably. Do you see that?
I do.
Yeah, so clearly, obviously, depending on the inspector's view of the matters that we've put forward as enhancements, 219 indicates that those matters should be treated favourably.
And obviously we would disagree with that point as set out in our evidence.
Yeah, all right. We'll leave that to the inspector then.
Indeed.
So generally, obviously the heritage balance, should it arise, is set out in para 215, where a development proposal will lead to less than substantial harm to significance. This harm should be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal, including where appropriate, securing its optimum viable use. So that is the heritage balance provision, correct?
Yes.
Para 215, sir. And obviously I've asked you what you've included and what you've not included in your heritage balance. You accept that the benefits of the appeal scheme should be accorded substantial weight, taken as a package, don't you?
That's correct.
So, substantial weight to benefits accepted, and you say, based on Ms Tucker, that there's moderate, less than substantial harm to which considerable weight and importance is to be attached under the case law. That's again the council's position, isn't
Correct,
it?
yes.
And your case is that the substantial benefits don't outweigh the moderate, less than substantial harm to which considerable weight should be given.
That's correct.
Yeah. I mean, that must be, in your assessment, that must be quite a close-run thing.
It's the same position as the previous inspector in
No, no.
2023, is it not?
That's not the question. Your balance,
Yes.
it must be an only just that the substantial benefits of the scheme that you acknowledge don't outweigh the moderate harm.
I think we've acknowledged it's relatively close, and we've identified those areas of avoidable sources of harm with the
Yeah.
10 units to the northwest and those 20-odd units to the southwest.
Yeah. So even on your own assessment, it's relatively close. Obviously, if there are things you haven't factored into your balance that you should have factored into your balance, that might tip it the other way, since it's relatively close, mightn't it?
That's for the inspector to decide,
Well,
yes.
of course, ultimately it is, but your balance is sufficiently close to the tipping point that some additional features that you've wrongly ignored might be enough.
Again, for the inspector to determine.
All right? I gave you the chance. A heritage balance that's an only just or a relatively close, whatever language we use, assessment, that doesn't sound like a strong basis for a refusal, does it?
I think it is, yes.
A relatively close balance, we just get our nose in front, and that's a strong reason for refusal. That's your
Certainly
position.
is, yes,
All right, well, we'll leave that one to the inspector as well.
indeed.
Now, when I read your evidence, I thought you were redoing the heritage assessment yourself. Did I misread it?
Yes.
I mean, look at your 5.8 of your proof. Refer to the 23 inquiry. Having now undertaken the reassessment, the inspector's appeal decision has prompted a reassessment. Having now undertaken that reassessment, I consider that the current proposals would give rise to less than substantial harm at a moderate level. I mean, that looks for all the world like you're reaching your own view and not just simply relying on Ms Tucker. Have I misread that?
If you cherry pick that paragraph, but if you read the proof in its entirety, clearly I'm relying, and I state I'm relying on Ms Tucker's heritage evidence.
And 5.31? When we looked at this earlier, we didn't read the first three words. In my view, some of these elements represent avoidable sources of harm. Again, you now say that read as a whole, your evidence is just simply relying on Ms Tucker.
Well, on her heritage evidence, yes.
Let's see. Ms Tucker's position, as I understand it, is that the level of harm that she says is caused by this scheme is materially the same as the level of harm caused by the 2023 scheme. Is that your understanding of her evidence?
No, but if she said that, if you can take me to it, that would be great.
Well, why don't we start with your
Please.
evidence, get your rebuttal up, and if the position's changed, by all means, tell me. Get your rebuttal up, and before we look at the passage I wanted to explore with you, I mean, do you accept that the level of heritage harm has reduced from 2023 scheme?
Yes, I would.
To a material extent?
I think we find it fairly comparable, so no, I wouldn't say necessarily to a material extent.
No, well, ultimately, obviously, the inspector's going to have to judge that. But
Yes.
6.5 of your rebuttal proof.
Sorry.
Certainly.
Yes.
In brief, the LPA's planning and heritage proofs of evidence demonstrate the level of harm has not significantly diminished.
So not materially, but significantly.
Sorry?
I thought you said materially.
I did
Yeah.
when I asked you the question, because that's the same thing as you've just said.
Is it?
Yeah, I asked you.
I think it says significantly and not materially.
It says that the council's position is that the level of harm has not significantly diminished.
Well, indeed, the previous inspector found less than substantial harm, and the council still finds less than substantial harm.
Sorry, Mr. Tratchett, which bit were you quoting as a rebuttal proof?
Rebuttal 6.5. Let's take it more slowly, Mr. Redmond, perhaps. 6.5 at the beginning. In brief, the LPA's planning and heritage proofs demonstrate that the level of harm has not significantly diminished from that identified by the inspector. Right?
Yes.
Level of harm has not significantly diminished. Is that still your case?
Yes.
Or would you put it differently today?
No, I'd have that as my case.
That's your case.
Yes.
Okay, so that means that the level of harm has diminished, but only by a little bit.
Yes.
So it's materially the same.
If that's how you want to describe it, then yes.
And Ms Tucker says the same thing. If you want to look at her 6.31, I'm not trying to drive a wedge here. I'm just trying to identify the extraordinary position that the council is taking at this appeal. 6.31, you can see that she puts it in slightly different words, but it's what you've summarised as the level of harm has not significantly diminished, isn't it, in the second half of that? Do you agree?
Yes, again, she uses the word significantly reduce the harm, as set out in my rebuttal.
And if you go to 6.9, and again, I'm showing you this because your evidence is saying that you're just simply adopting these matters as the council's evidence. 6.9, top of page 39, she says it's difficult to see how any major development would not have similar impacts in terms of substantial loss of the remaining ability to appreciate the significance of the Oast House and its historic rural setting, and the diminishment of the relatively quiet and tranquil character of the setting of the Oast House. So again, that is what you have accurately, I'm not suggesting otherwise,
Oh, right. Okay.
summarised in your rebuttal
Yes.
as the level of harm has not significantly diminished, i.e. it's basically the same level of harm. That's the council's case.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes as a planning officer, one just has to wonder about the advice one's given by other consultees, doesn't one?
Yes.
So go to Dr. Mealy's proof, please. And just turn to pages 38 and 39. So tell me when you got those open.
Yes, I'm there.
And you can see the current appeal scheme and the last appeal scheme side by side, can't you?
Yes.
And you can see the 3.5 hectare open area which is now proposed to the due west of the Oast, can't you?
Yes.
And you can see that the housing is, the nearest one's 110 metres away, and the nearest northern one is 130 metres away from the Oast. I think that was the evidence. Do you remember that?
I don't, but I'll take your word for it.
Whereas in the last scheme, you've got housing proposed about 30-40 metres away, and only a very narrow viewing area, if you're in the hospital car park area, to be able to look towards the Oast without houses right in front of the view. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
And it is the council's position that it's comfortable presenting at this appeal the suggestion that the scheme on the right causes not significantly different a level of harm than the scheme on the left? I mean, that's
Yes.
your serious evidence, is it?
It is indeed, sir, yes.
All right, well, ultimately, we'll just have to leave that to the inspector to judge that assessment. I mean, after the highway reason fell away, was it your view that the appeal should be allowed at any point?
No, sir.
All right. Your proof addresses the scenario of that Ms Tucker identifies, moderate, less than substantial harm at basically the same level as last time. Yep.
Not significantly diminished from last time.
Yeah. But that is the one scenario that your heritage balance is directed towards, isn't it?
Yes.
It's not a trick question.
Oh, yes, sorry.
I don't ask trick questions, Mr. Redman. It's just a simple point. That is, Mr. Brown's looked at two scenarios. He's looked at if Dr. Mealy's right, and he's looked at if Miss Tucker is right.
Yes.
But you've only looked at if Miss Tucker is right.
That's correct, yes, sorry. Yeah.
If the position on this, what did you say, relatively close balance with moderate harm, if the position that the inspector concludes is that there isn't moderate, less than substantial harm, but Mealy's not right either that there's no harm, there's limited, somewhere in between none and moderate.
So at the low end of the less than substantial scale.
Yeah. I mean, on that basis, do you accept that permission should be granted?
Not necessarily, obviously in line with para 215, again, it's a matter of balance, isn't it?
It's a matter for the inspector.
And again, for the inspector.
But you haven't, until I just asked you about it now, you haven't thought about that scenario, and you certainly haven't put it in your proof, have you?
I haven't, no.
No. You haven't thought about it or put it in your proof?
No.
All right. Well, I don't want off-the-hoof assessments then for situations you've not considered. Right. Go back to Miss Tucker's evidence, please. And can you go to Appendix B? So this is the pre-app from last year. Yep.
Yes,
Now you weren't involved in the pre-app discussions, were you?
I was not. No.
So you weren't at the meeting. We have the output of the meeting because it's this letter, and if you go to the heritage section, which is section 5, starts on the 3rd page and goes over to the 4th page. You've got the bit that we looked at on Friday, haven't you?
Yes.
Right. Now, if we go to the paragraph about a third of the way down, which starts with "the view was that."
Yes, I'm there.
Thank you. So it starts off and says, "The view was that the development to the northwest corner should be excluded." Do you see that?
I do.
And if you've still got Dr. Mealy in front of you,
I do not, but let me bring it up quickly.
bring that please and go to
Yes.
page 13.
Yes.
So if you're on page 13, figure 3.2, this is the pre-app scheme.
Yes.
And in the northwest corner, do you see there's a perimeter block? Which
I do, yes.
Which extends down to nearly due west of the Oast. Do you see?
Yes.
And that obviously has been excluded, hasn't it?
Yes, but the other development to the northwest has not, which Miss
Yes.
Tucker was clear in her evidence. That it was she advised, and I've also spoken to my team leader in the major and strategic sites team, Miss Claire Turner, who was also present at that meeting, and she has confirmed that they were adamant that in their advice that development in that northwest corner, all of it, should be omitted together with the development to the southwest.
All right, well, obviously you never said that before in your evidence. I haven't got a proof of evidence from Miss Turner. We're talking about a meeting 14 months ago that Miss Turner's notes are not available for. So if we leave the double hearsay aside,
Yes.
can we just be clear of this? Clearly, the large perimeter block has been removed from the scheme as currently put forward, hasn't it?
Yes.
And the scheme as currently put forward, which is illustrative only, is for 10 units. Again, you can see it at page 39 if you need a reminder. But it's just for 10 units in that section.
Yes, it's for 10 units.
And those 10 units play an important role in terms of providing surveillance or perception of surveillance from an additional direction as far as the footpath is concerned.
Quite possibly, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, just help me. What's the great harm that those 10 units, 130 metres plus away from the Oast and not visible from right next door to the Oast, what harm do they cause, please, in your
Well, it
words?
was all set out last week in the Heritage Roundtable and in our proofs.
Yeah, but I'm trying to understand from. I want to hear from you how you understand those 10 units cause harm, which
So-
you've inputted into your balance.
Okay. They project west of the Oast
So what?
within the sensitive setting, and they erode that setting. There was also discussion from the previous inspector about views from the west being flanked by development, and we feel that those 10 units together with the dwellings to the southwest cause that those views being flanked by development, an issue the previous inspector identified. They also erode that sense of the local landmark quality of the building by encroaching into that setting and coming down that hillside, especially from views from the town. Obviously, you've got the associated, again, it was all discussed last week, associated lighting, infrastructure, activity, movement, all which would erode that open, rural, pastoral setting of the Oast.
Yeah, and you're comfortable making these points, are you? About 10 units tucked away in the corner there, 130 metres plus away from the Oast and falling down the hill.
They're not tucked away. I don't know if you've been to the site and viewed it from the hospital side, Widgeon Way, Framfield Road. It's clearly exposed and open, that side of the site, and you're going to get a clear appreciation of those units within that view, as identified by the previous inspector.
Well, actually, again, Mr. Redmond, this is where pages 38 and 39 are so valuable to have them side by side. If you go back to page 38, you can see clearly what the inspector meant by the Oast being flanked by housing when seen from the west, because there's housing going all the way up to the same level as the Oast, and it's only just a little to the northwest of the Oast, and similarly only just a little to the southwest. It's basically due west and a small gap between them. That is fundamentally different from the scheme we currently have, as any planning officer should appreciate, looking at 38 and 39.
Well, we clearly disagree, and that's a point of disagreement. I mean, we can turn up Miss Tucker's appendices where she shows the photographs from that side of the town, if that would help you.
No, don't worry, you don't need to help me. We need to help the inspector, and obviously he'll go and look at these sites and make his judgment. We're not going to redo the Heritage Roundtable session. What we're going to do, please, is go back to the pre-app letter. So can you get that back?
Yes.
So same. I am. I am. The easement point indeed is the next one in this sentence. So we discussed the northwest corner. The southern portion shrunk back to the easement. And then there's a bit about the road moved. Yep. Do you see that?
Yes.
So we can just deal with the road quickly. The road was moved because on page 13 of Dr. Mealy, you can see that there was a road that joined the sections of the appeal scheme on that side, or the 235 unit proposal, wasn't there?
Yes.
Yeah. And there isn't a road across the POS. In the current scheme, there's a footway, cycleway on the other side of the slope.
Yes, there's 3 metre wide engineered footway cycleway with lighting.
Yeah, okay.
Correct.
Yeah. You keep mentioning lighting, Mr. Redman.
Yes.
Nobody can see the Oast at night.
That's the point. It's an isolated rural building.
All right, well, fine. Now, let's go back to the easement point. So what this letter says is the southern portion of the scheme should be shrunk back to the easement. Do you see?
I do, yes.
Yeah. And the easement that's being referred to is the power line easement.
Disagree.
You disagree?
Indeed.
Okay, you tell me what easement it is then.
Well, I don't know.
Well, what's your basis for disagreeing with me then, if you don't know what this is referring to?
I've looked at the pre-application documents since you raised it last week at the Heritage Roundtable. I can't find any reference within any of the pre-application document submissions to the word easement. Further, Miss Tucker and Ms Turner have both confirmed that they suggested that the development be pulled back to the north-south line, so the western edge of the farmstead, which this has not.
Well, again, we simply can't get into looking at hearsay evidence about a meeting from 14 months ago that people haven't brought their own notes in relation to. So let's leave that. Okay, you weren't at the meeting and I wasn't at the meeting. What we're left with is the language in this letter.
Correct.
Yeah. The only easement that there's any evidence about that the planning officer could have been referring to is the power line easement, isn't it?
Is that not hearsay as well? If you weren't there, I wasn't there. I haven't seen anything in the documents.
Please just answer the question, Mr. Redmond. Don't
Sorry.
dispute the question. The only easement that this could possibly be a reference to is the power line
I
easement.
thought I said I'd already disagreed with that point.
What other easement is there that this could be a reference to?
I don't know. I don't even really know what the term easement means. So I understand it normally as a right of way.
There's no evidence at all of an easement on a north-south line at the western part of the oast or the farmhouse or the commercial area or anything like that, is there?
No, but as already
No.
set out, that is exactly the advice that was offered by the council at that pre-app meeting. We've had evidence from Miss Tucker. I don't think I've heard any other evidence from the appellant on that matter.
Yeah, you see, when we're looking at recollections about a meeting 14 months ago, we have to go on the contemporary documents rather than what people, no doubt honestly and in good faith, are reconstructing and might or might not be accurately remembering.
But
So
again,
let's
sorry, but
let's
there
just
was no
look-
document with the pre-app. I've looked through it since you raised it last week. There is no reference to the word easement within the pre-application submissions.
Would the planning officer have been aware about the earlier scheme?
He would have been aware because I think he references it in the pre-application letter.
Would the planning officer have had access to the application documents for the earlier scheme?
Yes,
Would the planning officer have had access to the appeal documents for the earlier scheme?
I assume so, yes.
Yes. Within both sets of documents, there was a constraints plan which showed the line of the power line and the accompanying easement on either side of the power line and called it the power line easement, didn't it?
I
You've
don't
seen
know.
that now.
But yes, I think you showed it last week at the Heritage Roundtable.
Yeah. So ultimately, you've no evidence of any other easement. We do have evidence of that easement. And the position is this, isn't it? Either your witnesses who've reported to you and Miss Tucker have misremembered what exactly was said, or alternatively, the planning officer considered that taking the southwest portion back further than the power line was not necessary. And what's been recorded here as the advice to the appellant is take it back to the easement, which, with all due respect, Mr. Redmond, to your not agreeing with me on the basis of no alternative suggestion, it's obvious that what the planning officer was suggesting was take it back to the line of the power lines, and that's what we're asking you to do.
Again, I disagree.
Yeah. If I'm right and the inspector agrees with me, then your case on the southwest 26 homes, which are inside your red line, is just simply goalpost changing, isn't it?
That's not true, no.
If I'm right that the easement means the power line, then you're just changing the goalposts with your 26 units need to be removed.
No. For the evidence set out, and no, I disagree. You've heard the oral evidence of Miss Tucker on that point.
Well, the inspector will judge whether those are credible recollections or reconstructions. We have the contemporaneous document as to what the advice was, and I'm going to suggest at the end of this case that we've followed it, and your case now is changing the goalposts.
I disagree.
CD 11.14, please. This is an officer report for a scheme at Eastbourne Road, consented earlier this year. Yep.
Yes.
But presumably it's the way of Wealdon District that officers will get together and discuss their officer reports and their recommendations before they're published.
Obviously, it goes through a vetting process. So once you write a report, it normally goes up to a senior officer to read it and confirm their content before it's either a delegated decision or issued for review by committee, or determination by committee, I should say.
Thank you. And this was a scheme for 145 homes, so it's beginning to approach the scale of the appeal scheme. And if you go, please, to page 76 of the PDF.
Yes.
There's a reference to Sisley's Farm in the first paragraph, which is a Grade 2 listed building. And this is the report of the Conservation Officer, or I think Ms. Tucker. At any rate, the heritage advice is that if you look at the bottom of that first paragraph, I consider the proposed scheme will have a moderate level of less than substantial harm on the significance of Sisley's Farm through development within its setting due to the permanent change in character and urbanisation, loss of rural character and tranquillity of the landscape to the north of the listed building. Do you see that?
Yes.
And I imagine you know what's coming.
Indeed.
Page 88. We're now in the officer's heritage balance. And
Page 88, PDF 88.
yes, PDF 88. So there's an introduction of the Listed Building Act duties and so on and so forth. And the long and the short of this, and it goes over the page to 89, is that the benefits of 145 units are considered to outweigh moderate, less than substantial harm to the Grade 2 listed building.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that's that one. Now let's have a look at Buxted, please, in a little bit more detail. I did ask you about one paragraph earlier. Can you go now to go back to it? It's CD 11.16. It's relatively close to the appeal site, isn't it?
Relatively, yes.
Yeah, a few miles up the road, Buxted.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, and if we start with the inspector's report, if you go to paragraph 28,
Yes.
he's dealing first with Harrock House. And Harrock House, as you see there, is a higher order asset than the appeal site, or than the OAST. Do you agree? Because it's Grade 2 star.
Yes, Grade 2 star.
Mm-hmm. And the conclusion of the inspector, paragraph 36, if you just go there, the inspector considers a medium level of less than substantial harm to the significance of the listed building. Yep. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yeah. And if we just look earlier, we what we read, and the inspector can look at this at his leisure, but you see that this was a development on glebe land that had formerly been associated with this property, correct?
What paragraph, please? I think I've got it. 35?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you look on 33, also 32,
Yes.
as a surviving part of the former vast and rich glebe land that once belonged to the rectory, Peel site has a strong historic relationship with the listed building. And then 33, if you scan that, you can see that in the middle, the site's undeveloped rural character also contributes to planned views from the house. So this is the two-star house, to the open land beyond its immediate grounds, and thereby intended to strengthen the bucolic character of its setting, allowing an appreciation. And then there's an association with the Wordsworth family because of a sketch that was done by the poet's daughter. Do you see?
I do, yes.
Yeah. And obviously none of those considerations apply in our case. We haven't got association to any historical figure,
Not that I'm aware of, no.
and nor do we have any planned views from the Oast.
Don't believe so, no.
No. Okay. Anyway, so that leads to a finding of moderate or medium level, says the inspector, less than substantial harm. And then, if you go on, please, between 37 and 41, we've got another listed building. This one's grade 2, and that's assessed as having a low level of less than substantial harm. See paragraph 41. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
And then the inspector considers the impact on Buxted Park. So from 42 onwards, opposite the appeal site lies Buxted Park, a grade 2 star listed registered park and garden. Do you see?
Yes.
And again, I don't need to go through this in any great detail, but the conclusion is the same as in relation to the other 2-star asset. See paragraph 47. I consider this to amount to a medium level of harm within the framework's category of less than substantial harm. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
So we got medium harm to 2 grade 2 star features, one a building, one an RPG, and then we've also got some low level less than substantial harm assessed at other assets between 48 and 54. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then this is the inspector who talked about no obvious remedy and the council continuing to fail in relation to housing needs. Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
And that was part of his planning balance from para 89 onwards, the long and the short of which was that benefits, primarily those associated with a 49 unit housing scheme, outweighed the harms we've just looked at. That's right,
Yes.
isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And indeed officers agreed with that heritage balance, didn't they?
I believe officer recommendation was for approval, but it got overturned by members of committee, yes.
It did. But let's look at the officer assessment briefly. That's at CD 11.21.
Do you want me to keep this open?
No, I don't think we need to go back to this one, sir. 11.21. So this was the officer report. As you say, Mr. Redman, members didn't accept it, and then we've just seen what happens on appeal. So we are taking this in reverse order. And can we note page 29, we have a reference to the Historic England position.
Yes.
And the Historic England position was that the harms to Harrock House and Buxted Park, that's the two grade 2 star assets, was greater than medium, wasn't it? Because look please in the third paragraph here, we think that the harm would fall within the upper half of the less than substantial range. That seems to be, if medium's in the middle,
If
they're
medium's,
saying above medium.
if medium's bang on the 50% or 50 line, then yes, but whether there's flexibility either side of that.
Sure.
If you divide it into 33, let's say if you've got low, medium and high, so it could potentially still be within that medium range. I don't know.
Yeah, all right. Well, we don't need to fence about things like that, but
No.
we can certainly see that Historic England were advising that this is upper half of less than substantial harm for both of those grade 2 star
Indeed, yes.
properties. And the rest of the assessment, I think, is broadly comparable to the inspector's ultimate assessment. And then, I don't think we need to turn it up because you know how this story ends, but the officer report recommended grant because it considered that the benefits of 49 homes, given the desperate situation this council is in with housing supply and affordable housing supply, outweighed the harms identified.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Good. Thank you, Mr. Redman. No more questions from me. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can go and sit.
Might have a few questions.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Oh, yes, of course. Re-examination, sorry.
Sorry,
Yes.
sir.
Re-examination, yes.
Thank you, sir. So, I'll start with questions you asked about significant versus substantial weight. Do you remember the beginning of the cross-examination?
Yes,
Do you remember that?
I think so.
And it was put to you that, well, the statement of common grounds uses the word substantial, you've used significant.
Yes.
You can have a look at the statements of common ground. CD 4.1 is one of them. Just have a look. Do they actually use the word significant at all? Significant weight?
I'll quick search the document and see. At 429 they use the word or phrase very significant. And that's it, I think, as far as
This is
I
in
can
terms of describing the weight. Now, you said, well, look, I think you said it was a marginal difference between significant and substantial. I just want
Yes.
to explain why you had put in that differentiation in your weighting.
Yes, so the reason for that, sir, is that obviously I was affording the overall package of benefits, so including the housing, the economic, the biodiversity, and the environmental as substantial weight. So the overall package was substantial. But then I use significant, which is very high up on my scale, to describe the weight to be afforded to those. I think in my mind it wouldn't make sense describing, say, the delivery of the housing as substantial, but then in concluding that the package as a whole, all of the benefits would also be substantial. I don't use phraseology like very significant or very substantial. And so that's the reasoning for my kind of variance there.
And so you've explained that significant is what you said, very high up on your scale.
Yes.
Why have you ascribed significant weight to the provision of housing? What benefits are you taking into account when you ascribe that weight?
Well, obviously the fact that the council can't demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply, and as discussed, there is an acute need for market, affordable, custom and self-build. I don't dispute any of that. And therefore, in my view, that significant weight is very high, and I've afforded it the strongest possible weight.
And then in terms of affordable housing, again, when you ascribe that, again, very high or significant weight.
Yes.
What benefits were you thinking about when you gave it that degree of weight?
Again, sort of almost the highest possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
And why?
Again, because clearly we've got an acute shortage of affordable housing in the district. That's not in dispute, and therefore I ascribed it significant weight.
You were taken to the Sheila CD 6.12. Do you remember that was the 2019 version? Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
CD 6.12. And I think you explained that, well, since that time we've had the 2023 appeal decision.
Yes.
Can we just take up the more recent Sheila, please, which is CD 6.13? I think this
Yes.
is February 2024. And could you just, and I think, is it the same site as was assessed in the previous Sheila? I think it probably is. 6.13.
It looks substantially bigger. I believe the 2019 Sheila site only included land, that parcel of land west of the Ouse, whereas this also
is
includes land east and south.
Yeah. And so then if we look at what it said about heritage, 177, page 177, which will be PDF page 2, bottom of the page.
Yes.
Could you just assist the inspector with what that said about heritage?
Um,
613, it's so the internal page 177, directly adjacent to the site.
So I'll go from
So it's so there's two big paragraphs of text and about 4 lines up from the bottom,
So it
directly
says,
adjacent.
however, the latest appeal decision on the site did not find harm in terms of the accessibility of development. Directly adjacent to the site, to the east, is the main Bird Knife Farm, is a Grade 2 listed farmhouse, should be Ouse, and harm to this heritage asset could be caused through a new residential development in this location.
Okay.
And then it goes on, site was subject to a planning appeal for 290 units, but was dismissed in the 2023 appeal decision.
Okay. I mean, if the inspector's interested in what the council said at the Sheila stage, and you've given a view as to whether this would have had heritage input or not, in your view, should he look at the 2019 version or the 2024 version?
Obviously the 2024 version, which takes into account the 2023 appeal decision on the site that supersedes that earlier Sheila, the 2019 Sheila assessment.
Moving on, a number of points were made about this being a very heavily constrained borough. Do you remember?
I do,
There was a
yes.
discussion about national landscape, Ashdown Forest, etc.
Yes.
Does that change the policy test to be applied to heritage assets?
Of course not, no.
And does that mean that, in your view, should heritage harm be attributed less weight?
Of course not, no.
A number of points are made about the fact that there's been a long-lasting shortfall in the borough. Do you remember
Yes.
that housing shortfall? Is this a borough which is simply not granting planning permissions for residential development?
No, it is not. We're granting quite a lot of greenfield developments.
I mean, have you been involved in any of those grants?
Indeed, yes.
And indeed, you've given your view, you've now been cross-examined, but you've given your view that if a large residential proposal came forward, slightly fewer units with no units to the west of the Oust, in your view, would that be acceptable in planning terms or not?
Yes.
It was said to you that 190 homes is a significant proportion of the current shortfall. Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
Yeah. I just want to ask you, this is an outline application, is that
Yes,
correct? Yeah.
that's correct.
I just want to explore with you what happens next. So if consent is granted, what would have to be done before houses start to be built and occupied on site?
Does this arise out of cross-examination?
Yeah, it does. It arises to whether the 190 goes to the the proportion of the 5-year shortfall.
Right, okay. Well, obviously, as you'll be aware, sir, should you grant planning permission and allow the appeal, obviously there'll be a significant number of pre-commencement conditions that will have to be dealt with, together with planning obligations. But obviously, importantly as well, it's going to be some time before a reserved matters comes forward and consent is granted for that. So all of those factors would need to be taken into consideration when it's likely the spade is going to go into the ground on this site, and the first dwellings may become occupied.
So in your view, is this a scheme where the entirety would come forward in 5 years or not? Some, none? What would you say?
It's hard to say. I would imagine probably likely not. I mean, current build-outs on sites like this are anywhere between 40 and 60 dwellings per year. I think it's probably highly unlikely that any would be delivered within the 5-year period.
Some points were made comparing last time round and this time round. Do you remember, by reference to pages 38 and 39 of Dr. Mealy's proof of evidence? And it was said, broadly the questions were, it's not credible for the council to say the harm is not significantly diminished. So
yes,
the moderate
I
harm,
remember
etc.
that, yes.
Yeah. And it was highlighted to you the differences, the difference particularly in the open space opposite the OST.
Yes.
Yeah. Now you remember Ms. Tucker explaining she'd done an internal heritage balance.
Yes.
Do you remember? Yeah. And one of the benefits claimed by the applicant is the removal of car parking to the west of the OST. Do you remember that?
That's
The immediate
correct,
setting.
yes.
Yeah. Was that part of the proposal last time around?
I don't believe so, but I'm not sure.
All right. So in terms of when we arrive at similar levels of harm, is it correct only to look at, well, what's happened to the open space, or does one have to look at the entirety of the scheme?
Of course, one has to look at the entirety of the scheme. Obviously, Ms. Tucker and in my evidence, we raised concern not just about development to the west. We've got the access point. I mean, if you look at the previous appeal scheme, it was much simpler access, still fairly rural in its appearance. You've now got a double roundabout. You're moving the access up the line, so you won't kind of arrive at the OST. And then you've got everything else in terms of the previous inspector talking about the unacceptability of a large-scale development within the setting of the OST and lighting and so on and so forth.
We're going to come on to some of the land at Eastbourne Road and Buxted Park decisions. In relation to Buxted Park, attention was drawn to the fact that one of the assets there was grade 2 star, so, and a higher order of asset. Can I just ask you this? Does the MPPF ascribe importance of an asset solely based on its listing category?
No.
And Dr. Mealy, in his evidence, he's described the OST as unique. For example, is that something you disagree with?
I do not. It's unique.
The Buxted Park decision, can we just turn that back up? I think it was CD 14 point, apologies, not 14.
Be CD 11 something.
CD 11.17. No,
16.
16.
Yes.
11.16. And there was some sort of comparing and contrasting on impacts. Can we just go back to paragraph 35 of that decision?
Yes.
Do you remember there's mention of the glebe land?
Yes.
And so here we see development will lead to loss of part of the former glebe land visible in views of and from the listed building. The appeal site comprises less than 30% of the former glebe land. And of that land, only the eastern part of the site's proposed housing development with an area of parkland proposed for the west half. Therefore, about 16% of the former glebe land would be developed for housing the vast majority retained as surrounding undeveloped rural landscape. You see that?
I do, yes.
The current setting of the OAST, I think, is agreed between the parties as rural and pastoral.
Yes.
Looking back at Dr. Mealy's page 39, the illustrative site layout, how much of the current rural pastoral setting would remain after this development?
None.
So, I mean, is it correct, in your view, to do a sort of compare and contrast of appeal decisions and impacts, and somehow use that to inform the inspector's decision here?
No, I think it's completely unnecessary and unrelated. I mean, you've got different assets, different sites, different forms and scale of development, and then obviously different people determining that impact. I think what's more pertinent here is the 2023 appeal decision.
And at either Eastbourne Road or Buxted Park, was there a previous appeal decision?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. And on those sites, was there any suggestion that the removal of portions of development would significantly lessen the harm?
Not that I've seen, no.
Right. Final question. You've been asked. You've now heard all the evidence has gone. We haven't had Mr. Brown yet. But we've had the Heritage Roundtable, Highways Roundtable. We've been asked a number of questions. Taking into account all of the matters you've heard at this inquiry, and indeed the questions you've been asked today, does the planning balance remain the same as you have written in your written evidence or not?
Yes, it does. I still afford the benefits of the scheme substantial weight.
And how about the public benefits balance?
That has not changed. I still consider that the harm to the setting and significance of the OAST House would not be outweighed by those substantial benefits.
Thank you. Sir, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you.
can we, can you just remind me how long roughly you're going to take, Mr. Tabachnik, with Mr. Brown's evidence in chief?
Oh, I
Not
hope
long, I don't think.
No, I hope not long.
No. I'm just thinking, Ms. Hutton, you weren't sure. You said an hour and a bit?
An hour and a bit.
An hour and a bit. Oh, so I think we should finish Mr. Brown today then. Yeah, okay. I was just going to mention, assuming we do, so tomorrow morning, the chat about the 106, I've got a summary note of the 106 now, which I'll read when I get home. And then the conditions. So we need the additional Grampian condition. And is that underway?
There is an agreed draft, I think.
We just need to have a discussion about it. But there will be a form that can be agreed, but I think it needs some work.
Okay, I thought it had been agreed yesterday, but...
Well. I mean, hopefully by tomorrow morning it will have been agreed, and so it would be good if I could have a printed version of that. And I understand there might be, partly as a result of that, another decision that is going to be deleted from the list. Is that?
Oh, well, I think there's an ancient woodland condition which has now been overtaken by the.
Oh, by something in the 106.
Yeah.
Anyway, we can sort that out, and I can make a note of that tomorrow if that's it. Was there any other changes to the 106 document that I was given at the end of Friday, and the other conditions that I need to know about now before tomorrow morning?
Certainly not to the 106.
No. Okay, fine. Right, well, Mr. Brown and Mr. Tabachnik, over to you for the examination in chief.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to introduce Mr. Brown by reference to what he tells us about himself at page 2 of his proof. Mr. Brown, you tell us you're Managing Director of Wolf Bond Planning. You have a Bachelor of Science and Postgraduate Diploma in Town and Country Planning. You're a member of the RTPI. All that correct?
Well, that's correct.
You now have 20 years' experience as a private consultant, acting for major house builders, and you list a few of them on page 2. And you are, I think, familiar with the appeal site and with the various schemes that have come forward at it over the last couple of years. Is that right?
I certainly am, yes.
Good. Right. Let's get straight in to some of the key things I need to ask you about. Heritage balance matters, first of all. Mr. Brown, are you surprised that you're here?
Am I surprised I'm here? In short, yes, given the evidence that's been presented by Dr. Mealy in relation to the heritage impacts.
Now, you've drawn attention in your evidence to the Buxted and latterly Eastbourne decisions. The council says, well, different sites, different assets, different impacts. Why have you drawn attention to those?
I think their relevance contextually, it's absolutely correct, right and proper that you don't just simply carry across a conclusion from one site to another. Plainly wrong, of course it is. But it's relevant to contextualise in terms of the analysis undertaken for those schemes, having regard to the heritage considerations and the consistency of the balance undertaken by the decision maker.
Right, the easement question, please. Can you assist on the easement issue?
Absolutely. I don't think there's much to. There's not much ambiguity from where I'm sat, sir. It's plainly obvious. The easement is the easement. That is the electricity cables that run across the site. To that, there cannot be and should not be any ambiguity. The planning officer who was in attendance at the pre-application meeting Ms Turner, was cognizant of and party to the previous appeal, as was Ms Tucker in relation to heritage. Now, the pre-application response refers to the easement. There is only one easement. It's the easement for those cables. That was clear from what went before in the previous appeal. And indeed, the architect articulated that point in the design and access statement, which is one of the core documents. I forget what page it's on, maybe 32, where he summarises the considerations of the pre-application response, but it's quite clear what the easement is and what the easement remains.
And why do you mention that Miss Turner, the case officer for the preceding scheme, was present?
Because Ms Turner was involved with the previous appeal and was also involved in the pre-application meeting.
What's the appellant's opinion as to whether it's adhered to the pre-app advice on heritage matters or not?
And the short answer is the appellant has responded to and addressed the local authority's concerns in relation to heritage matters as a result of the scheme that's been submitted, sir. And you'll have picked up, don't need to unduly elongate the process, but the dismissed appeal was for 290. The pre-app scheme that went in was for up to 235. We're now at a scheme for 190, which has responded to those comments received.
And what's the appellant's position as to whether it's taken on board or ignored and overridden the advice from Dr. Mealy?
So just repeat that again, sorry.
What is the appellant's position as to whether it has taken on board and listened to, or whether it's overridden and ignored Dr. Mealy's advice?
I think if we take a step back, sir, there's an advert. The short answer is, of course, the appeal scheme has been informed by Dr. Mealy's advice. But for you, turning attention to this scheme, why is it that it has been designed as it has? Well, that's as a direct response to the 2023 appeal decision, a direct response to the critical review undertaken by Montague Evans, a further review of the pre-application advice, and the illustrative master plan as submitted has been predicated upon the heritage advice received, and that's flowed through all the other disciplines in regard to landscape, highways, etc. But it was heritage-led, given what went before.
Now, you've heard, both on Friday and today, the council telling the inspector that they consider the level of heritage harm is materially the same this time around as last time around, and that includes the enhancements with this scheme. Now, obviously we're not redoing the Heritage Roundtable session, but from a planning perspective, what's your assessment of that articulation of the council's position?
Well, I think, sir, you've been taken there a few times, but I think for you, all I'd suggest you do is you open up Dr. Mealy's proof of evidence, and you open up page 38 and 39, and the answer hits you firmly in the face, quite squarely. It is quite clear that the scheme has responded to the concerns expressed last time round. It is quite clear the differences, and it is a significantly different scheme in that regard.
Right. If we carry on our trot through the highlight points, appeal scheme benefits, housing need, what's your assessment as to whether the authority's position has improved or worsened over the last couple of years?
Well, as you heard in evidence earlier on today, sir, the position has indeed worsened, both in terms of the 5-year housing land supply position and in terms of the affordable housing need. So both positions have got worse since the previous appeal decision.
And we've heard there's no plan to address the shortfall, no obvious remedy to the housing shortfall. Mr. Redman agreed several times. Well, what's your comment on the relevance of that in the planning balance?
Well, it's highly pertinent to addressing whether or not the housing land supply shortfall is going to be reduced or indeed addressed anytime soon, sir, you don't have the ability to rely upon an emerging local plan on the horizon. There's obviously and self-evidently no prematurity cited here, because we're not premature because there's nothing coming forward. It can only be addressed through the planning application process / appeals.
And 9 years without a 5-year supply. Again, comment on that, please, from your experience of bringing forward housing schemes around the country.
Well, so I appear at inquiries up and down the country on sites such as this, where fibre land supply is often in debate. And a lack of 5-year land supply for 9 years is an inordinate amount of time. It is high up there, sir, in terms of the local authorities I've dealt with in evidence at 78 inquiries.
Mr. Redman agreed with me that there was a housing crisis in this district, acute, deep and long-standing. Do you agree or disagree with this?
Agreed, and it's no surprise that the phraseology of chronic also features in the core document and the SOCG as well, so I'd agree with all of those points.
Mm. And the Inspector may agree with you that the heritage balance is absolutely open and shut, one-way traffic, as I said in my opening. But if the Inspector were of the view it was relatively close, as Mr. Redman says that his position is, what do you say is the pertinence of the points we've just been talking about in that context?
They're highly relevant. They go to the balance to be undertaken as to the merits of and justification for this scheme, given the context of an ongoing chronic need for housing and shortfall. So of course it's highly pertinent.
Affordable housing need, I went through pretty extensively with Mr. Redman how deep the current crisis is. Firstly, has the position improved or worsened since last time?
The position has worsened since last time. The need for affordable homes has increased, and the cumulative shortfall has increased.
And is there anything else you want to add on the affordable housing need front?
I think it's relevant, sir, given what you've heard earlier on about other decisions and the weight attributed to the benefits derived from those schemes in instances where they didn't provide as much affordable housing as this scheme indeed proffers. And you've seen the agreement reached between the parties in CD 4.1 and 4.2. It is right and proper that the highest level of weight is attributed to the delivery of affordable housing from this scheme, and that is substantial, right at the top of the tree.
And the Saunders Place decision, which I've brought up a few times, do you agree with what the Inspector says there about the real life consequences for people and for children and children's health and so on?
Yeah, I think that's a really good appeal decision, and it's paragraph 88 of that appeal decision, sir, at CD 11.9. Tetlow King appeared at that inquiry, and they articulated the issues with the failure to provide sufficient affordable housing, and the Inspector helpfully just summarised that in that paragraph, and there are real life consequences, real world consequences of not delivering enough affordable homes. So I'll take that as read, that paragraph. It's a very helpful one. Constraints
within the district that I went through with Mr. Redman, and this site being adjacent to one of the two district centres where development's encouraged, and of course the site found locationally sustainable last time around. What's the relevance of those features in a heritage balance that Mr. Redman claims is relatively close?
I think, sir, when you have a housing need like the one experienced here, you have to look at all factors in the balance, and obviously this is a heavily constrained district in terms of the landscape designations and the pendency levels to the southeast, and so one must look seriously at opportunities in locations that aren't subject to national landscape designations, aren't in the setting of valued landscapes, and that is a relevant consideration. And it's of note, sir, that in the Buxted application, it's CD 1121, sir. It's quite interesting the approach adopted by the planning officer in that one. And if you pick up PDF page 93 of that document, CD 1121, you can just make a note for yourself. But in the list of public benefits, there are two things that are quite striking. So I'll just stop talking whilst you go there. A CD 1121, PDF page 93. Yeah. PDF page 93, please. Now, in that application, it was for 49 dwellings, so have that in your mind's eye, 49 dwellings. And there are numerous designated heritage assets that were considered. But again, I frame this, you can't just take the conclusions forward. Of course you can't, it would be ridiculous to do so. But one of the listed buildings was identified by Historic England as being of remarkable historic interest. But when you go to PDF page 93 of that committee report, you should have at the top a paragraph that starts with however, and then below that the public benefits of the proposals comprise. And there's a series of bullet points there. I'll go down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th bullet point, a highly sustainable location for housing. Now that's Buxted. You were taken to table 1 of the core strategy earlier on, where Uckfield's right at the top of that. Buxted is a settlement tier much lower down than Uckfield, and yet the officer and the council in this analysis prayed in aid of its highly sustainable location. So of course it's a benefit. But then if you scroll down a few more bullet points, sir, you can see residential development outside of a designated landscape. So of course, in that context, this local planning authority found that a relevant consideration in terms of the benefits attributed to schemes delivering housing in the context of a scenario where there are multiple designated heritage assets, a strong objection from Historic England, analysis from the heritage officer as well. So all of that does go into the balancer.
So clearly the Buxted decision was overturned by the committee, wasn't it?
Correct. So it was overturned by members, and it was allowed at appeal, which you have that decision in 1116.
Yeah.
Just in terms of these constraints, one of the council's points, as you know, is, despite our points on the access and the public open space, we'd be happy if you just took out the 10 homes that can't be seen from near the Oast to the northwest, and if you just chop back the 26 homes included in Mr. Redmond's red line. So just lose 36 homes and we'll be happy. The question for you, Mr. Brown, is where are those 36 homes to be replicated or built instead in this district with its current constraints and housing supply position?
So where?
Where?
Who knows? And the answer is who knows.
Is that relevant to the balance?
Well, it is relevant, yes, because the scheme offers 190 homes, of which 35% are affordable. If you then lop off 25 or 30 homes, you lose 10 affordable homes as an element of that scheme.
Or lop off 36.
Oh, yeah, correct.
Lose 15.
Correct. And I think the bottom line here is this scheme unequivocally responds to the advice received.
Highway and sustainability benefits, you've taken them into account. Mr. Redmond has declined to do so, despite the relatively close balance he has struck. Why have you taken those points into account in the first place? What weight have you attached to them? And what is your position following the Highways Roundtable session, if I can ask you a series of questions altogether?
In short, my balance is set out in the table on page 94 of my proof of evidence, where I've set out the benefits and applied a weighting to those benefits, and indeed on the other side of the spectrum, the harms. But you see on page 94, I've attributed moderate weight to the locational benefits and safety benefits of this scheme. And of course, I've just taken you to the Buxted decision, where that was classed as a public benefit, being in a highly sustainable location. Mr. Stevens articulates his reasoning in his proof of evidence, sir, and for your note, it's page 15, 22 and 23 of Matt Stevens' Highways evidence, where he's clearly articulated at the roundtable session the benefits associated from a safety and an accessibility point of view. Now, there are, as he explained, wider sustainability benefits that the scheme secures that don't just benefit the future residents. So, for example, sustaining bus service 29, providing bus shelters, real-time information, enhancements to Framfield Road, the reduction in the speed limit on Framfield Road, improvements to the visitability displays at the current junction serving the site, and the ability of people employed at Bird and Eye Farm to walk and cycle to the town centre as a result of the scheme. I think it's only right and proper that as benefits they are weighed in the balance appropriately, just as this council sought to do in looking at the locational merits of Buxted. And that site, sir, you can drive to it within about 5 to 10 minutes from here. It is along a narrow footpath to the centre of Buxted, granted near the station, but there's not much else there. You can take a look for yourself and see how the highly sustainable location of that as a public benefit compares to the sustainability benefits of this site in that balance.
Thank you. If there's, unless there's anything else on appeal scheme benefits, I want to ask you about one or two of the areas raised by the third parties. Access, first of all, for cyclists and swept paths. Again, we don't need to redo the highways RTS. What weight on those matters should the inspector attach to the agreement between Mr. Stevens and County Highways?
Well, I've said in my table on page 94, moderate weight, and from what I've heard, that strikes the right balance.
Sequential test issues. Now, I went through a lot of the points with Miss Smith. What I didn't explore with Miss Smith is whether, is a point you make in your proof, Mr. Brown, which is whether on the current version of the framework there's a requirement for a sequential test at all. Can you explain your position to the inspector, please, on that?
I mean, yes, of course, we know there's an agreed position, sir, between the council and the appellant as to the adequacy of the sequential test and the fact it's being passed in any event. However, in essence, because of the extent of, or lack of extent of surface water flooding on the site, there's only a very small part of the scheme, it's the outfall, that goes to the western end of the site, that's in flood zone 3. And effectively, I've addressed that in my proof of evidence at paragraphs 5.119 on page 78 and 5.120 over the page. Effectively, the outfall is a utility provision, and that is a water compatible use under Annex 3 of the framework. Therefore, it's not development, and the scheme does not require a sequential test in any event. However, belt and braces, it has been done, and the scheme passes. So, for the avoidance of any doubt, one, a sequential test is not required in the first instance. 2, given the findings last time round, one has nevertheless been undertaken and it has been agreed as being passed. But 3, even were you to conclude, absent any evidence to the contrary, it failed the sequential test, that's not a footnote 7 consideration anyway, as was made clear in the Faversham appeal decision that was handed up previously, and you find that in your ID 9 document reference. So whichever way you look within the prism of sequential test, the slogan, "There ain't nothing to see here, sir," is all entirely appropriate. 1, it's not required, but 2, it's passed in any event.
Thank you. Now, one point that I drew to Miss Smith's attention last week, but I didn't explore with her because she'd not read, was your assessment both a year ago and redone for purposes of your appeal evidence that various other sites which were in flooding terms sequentially preferable than the appeal site were nonetheless not suitable or reasonably available. Will you talk to that work, please, and the conclusions which the council accepts that you reached in relation to those matters?
Sorry, just say that again. Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, sorry, sir. It was. Perhaps if we go to Mr. Brown's Appendix SB3.
Yeah.
So this was an update of the sequential test that RPS did a month or so ago for the purposes of the appeal, just to show nothing had changed. And if you recall, I showed Miss Smith the table on table 1 of that, which showed that there are 4 sites which are above the appeal site, and they're the same 4 as were above the appeal site the year before. Now, the year before, the sequential test had been accompanied by a document that Mr. Brown had prepared explaining why those 4 sites were not either suitable or reasonably available or both.
Yeah.
And what was done for purposes of this evidence, and obviously the council accepted the last document, that's the basis for the agreement on this in the 2 planning statements of common ground. But what I didn't ask Ms Smith about, because she said she hadn't read, was Appendix B of SB3, which is the last 4 or 5 pages, which is an updated assessment by Mr. Brown about the suitability or reasonable availability of those sites. Yeah. And I just wanted Mr. Brown very briefly to talk to what had been done and what the conclusions were, and in headline terms, why.
So, sir, when you, for your note, you have a finger in SB3, and also please have a finger in, oh gosh, where should you probably go? Go to paragraph 5.124 of my evidence. That's probably the best signpost there in terms of where you start. Yeah. Okay, so in essence, RPS carried out a sequential test. RPS provided an update of that sequential test, which is included at my document SB3. And their original sequential test identified 4 sites that were sequentially preferable to the appeal scheme in hydrological terms. So effectively, they are not as wet as the appeal site, effectively. So that's what they've identified. And you'll see those listed at my paragraph 5.126. And effectively... Correct, pretty much. And the basic simple approach is not as wet on paper.
I think it's more simple than that. I think that our site doesn't have any surface water flooding at medium or high, which is now the test, and it doesn't have any flood zone 2 or 3, save for the very tiny area where the outfall pipe is going from Suds Basin 4 into the stream. But those other 4 sites don't have any of that either. So they're all effectively at 0, and we're at tiny. So that's why they're above us.
Yeah, okay.
And at 5.126, I list those 4 sites. And then the Appendix B to SB3 basically sets out the detailed analysis of them, explaining, well, they weren't available when the ST was done, they're still not available now. And that's what that exercise does. So it simply updates the assessment in the original sequential test having regard to those 4 sites.
Yes. Can you just summarise why they're not available for me now?
That's simply not available on account of no planning applications being advanced, no information in the public domain that they are available or can come forward, in a nutshell. And that's articulated in that Appendix B to SB3. No information. And effectively, as another belt and braces assessment, those sites collectively, cumulatively, would provide, or could provide in theory, 915 dwellings, 915 dwellings. Well, we've already been there, sir, but we know in terms of the 5-year housing land supply position, when we pick that up in CD 4.1, the current shortfall is 2,270 dwellings. So even by some miracle, you've got no evidence to the contrary that those 4 sites were available. Even if they did all come forward in the 5-year period, of which is no evidence, the shortfall would still be 1,300. And so in any event, you'd need our site and even wetter sites than that to come forward for development. So it's everywhere you look, sir, my point, it's a non-issue.
Right, just so we've covered, is there a need for the sequential test? You say not under the new framework. Has the sequential test been done properly? You say the council agrees with you that it has been. I just want to go back to this third line of argument about Faversham, where the inspector said effectively a mere technical point is not a strong reason for a refusal. In this case, is there evidence that houses or people on the appeal site will be at risk in flooding terms?
No, it's different. There's no technical reason here anyway. No, nobody will be at risk.
So is the Faversham analysis relevant to us?
Well, it's relevant insofar as an ST wasn't taken out for them, but in this site, one has been undertaken, and in any event, nobody will be adversely affected by flooding because nobody's proposed to be housed in any flood zone, surface water or otherwise.
Yeah. Right. Moving on from water matters, ecology, and I mean both protected species and the ancient woodland. In summary, what's the appellant's position, please, as to whether those matters have been looked at?
Yeah, as agreed with the council in the statement of common ground, the impacts of the scheme will be mitigated to an acceptable effect and therefore no harms. The scheme has been informed by the presence of the ancient woodland. There's a minimum 15-metre buffer to it, and thereafter, within which there are, and then there's a separate 50 metre buffer. There are some SUDS components within the 15 to 50 metre buffer, but all residential built form is beyond the 50 metre buffer. And you'll see, sir, in the documents for this inquiry, including the ecological technical note at SB1, the justification for the scheme in ecological terms, and there are further updated surveys. I think they're at CD series 13, and so all of that documented evidence concludes the scheme is entirely appropriate in ecological terms. That's agreed with the council, and moreover, there's also an ecological, quasi-ecological condition dealing with lighting impacts in the ancient woodland in the draft conditions that have already been handed up to you, sir.
Thank you. Right, last topic, scheme deliverability. Now, Mr. Redman, as you know, disagreeing with himself, says that the housing should attract significant weight, but then he goes on and says, as he explained in re-examination, that none of the houses will be completed within the 5-year period. What's your view on that, Mr. Brown?
It's wrong. There will be. And there is no evidence to the contrary in terms of deliverability and or any suggestion that the weight to be given to the delivery of housing should be tempered in any way. The appellant has an option agreement with the landowner to be exercised on the grant of outline planning permission. They will then progress with the reserved matters application, discharge the pre-commencement conditions and get on site. And build rates are at circa 50 plus per annum, give or take, sir, with a single outlet, single developer. So there will absolutely be delivery on this site. I repeat, I spend my life at inquiries on fiberland supply matters deliverability. There is no suggestion here, sensible one, that this site will not deliver dwellings within the 5-year period.
And are we talking 1 or 2 dwellings within the 5-year period?
No.
Or the entire scheme? Or what's your position?
Well, it could be almost if not all of it, the lion's share of it within the 5-year period.
And have you discussed that matter with Crowdace?
I have indeed, yes.
And is that their view?
It is their view, yes.
Sorry, can I just touch on a point there? Rather than, I mean, you probably had it for cross-examination, but the issue that Ms. Smith, Cassie Smith, raised about the drainage, the foul drainage stuff. Can you talk to me about that, please?
Yeah, certainly can, sir. So an issue was raised about Southern Water's stance on the planning application. And I think the short answer there is there isn't a foul drainage impediment that should temper the weight to be given to the delivery of homes from this site. Southern Water haven't said that they would not accept the connection, just that there is limited capacity and that upgrade works are required to accommodate those additional flows. There's nothing unusual in that regard, and as you know, sir, they've got a statutory duty to provide for the connections. A similar stance was considered in CD 1114, which is the Sisley's Farm, Eastbourne Road planning application. And for your note, just pick up from that PDF pages 102, 114, 115. Southern Water had a similar stance there. And there was no suggestion by this council, nor is there here, to moderate the benefit to be attributed the weight to housing.
Thank you, sir. Nothing more from me. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Wait there, please.
Thank you, sir. I'll flag up my topics, hopefully for your notes. A drip. Oh. Is that okay? Yeah, okay, good. Okay, so can I start with some preliminary matters? Good afternoon, Mr. Brown.
Afternoon.
Round 2.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. So at the time of writing your proof, and indeed in your proof, the appellant had indicated it was making a costs application against the council. That's correct, isn't it?
Correct, that's correct.
Yeah, and the appellant's now confirmed that is not the case.
That's correct.
Yeah. And the council responded to a number of the points you made through the rebuttal of Mr. Redmond. Do you remember that?
That's correct. I've seen Mr. Redmond's rebuttal and Mr. Robbins' statement as well, yes.
Okay, but as matters now stand, what we're focused on is solely the merits of the appeal scheme.
That's correct.
Yeah. And so insofar as your proof alleges unreasonable behaviour, the inspector can set that to one side in terms of his decision.
Oh, for the avoidance of any doubt, absolutely, sir. Any suggestion of unreasonableness in terms of a cost application can be struck through because the position has now been agreed that the appellant will not be making a costs application.
So I think if we just sort of helpful to isolate that, I think 2.33 of your proof through to 2.61.
So I'm just picking up at the same time.
Yeah,
sorry
of
if I'm a bit too
course,
slow.
no,
Sorry.
of course.
So, paragraph 2.33 on page 20
Yeah.
through to 2.61. I think on that basis we can sort of just strike a line through it. 2.33 to 2.61.
2.61, just write it out.
Well, I'll ask Mr. Brown to confirm. I don't want to. I don't want to strike out.
Right, evidence
But I
next
think
time.
that's what.
1 second.
Yeah, of course.
Just want to make sure I'm being absolutely fair to the council. Yes, more than happy. And of course, that in turn refers to the chronology at SB6.
Right.
But there are elements of SB6 that are still relevant in terms of the illustrative layout at the pre-app stage, the pre-app response. But your point, I take, yes, absolutely. Okay. Strike out those parts that go to the heart of the cost point.
Thank you. And I think in the introduction, that's 1.9 through to 1.13. That's where those points are.
Um, 1.9, yes. 1.10, yes. 1.11 is a factual position.
It's like pejorative language, okay, but fine, we can leave that.
So, but I just want to strike things out that I might regret taking out. But yes, where it relates to costs, it can come out.
As it, okay, all right.
And therefore the rebuttal.
Yeah, that's.
And all of that, yeah.
I think it's one sense where I would
Trying to
rely
make
on,
the inspector's life easier.
Yeah, likewise.
Yeah, all right. So can we then deal with the pre-application meeting as well? You weren't there, is that correct?
I was there.
You were there?
Yes,
okay.
I was there.
Who else was there on behalf of the
There was Miss Tucker for the council, Miss Turner for the council, and you have to forgive me, is it Ford or Forder, the planning officer? There was a representative from Crowdace, there was the scheme architect, and there was a heritage consultant from Montague Evidence.
Mr. Kessler-Lynn, I think.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, exactly. So, and you heard Miss Tucker's evidence at the Heritage Round Table about what was said at that meeting.
Yes, I was at that. I was at the round table session. Yes.
Yeah, and you're not accusing Miss Tucker of lying or reconstructing her recollection.
Accusing somebody of lying is.
Sorry, those are two different things.
That's the question.
Can you
lying
ask
or no? Ask the
I was
question.
going to
that I
respond in
asked.
two parts. So the first question, no, I'm certainly not suggesting anyone's lying. Those words have not come out of my mouth. I'm responding to the question being posed. The second point, the recollection of that is a matter for Ms. Tucker, and we also have the written note from the planning officer, and I was also at that meeting.
All right, but I don't see anywhere in your proof any recollection you have given, or indeed of Mr. Mealy from Montague Evans.
But no, because
you don't give any personal recollection of the meeting that actually disagrees with that which was said by Ms. Tucker.
No, because it wasn't deemed necessary given the outcome of that pre-application meeting, which is in writing in the council's pre-app response, which I have exhibited at my SB 6.2. It is also appended to Ms. Tucker's evidence at I can't remember what appendix it is, and we also have the analysis in the design and access statement prepared by the scheme architect, which talks to that point as well.
Right, but as a matter of fact, there were no documents as part of the pre-app which drew the line of any easement on a plan. Is that correct?
If we go to document SB 6.1...
Is that right or not, in terms of the pre-app documents?
Your point, I'll answer that. So, in short, no.
Okay.
No, for the record, no, the plans did not say easement. The plan submitted at the pre-application stage is at my document SB 6.1. So it might be worth just turning that up. that's the A3 version. We've been to this previously in terms of Mr. Mealy's evidence, but that's the plan, SB 6.1, and you can clearly see the dotted line that runs through the site, and you've seen it on site. Those are the electricity cables, and in the key it is marked existing overhead electricity cables. Now, I just pause there. Miss Turner and Miss Tucker were cognizant of and were at the previous, or Miss Tucker might not have been at, but cognizant of the previous proposals through the earlier appeal. Now, a document was handed up earlier on last week, sir, which is the plan from that appeal, which is ID 12, and that's the ops and constraints plan. Now, I don't know if it might be worth just turning that up while I'm responding to the question. So ID 12 is the opportunities and constraints plan from the previous scheme, which I've just ripped in half. And it's a simple point. You don't need to turn it up. But as marked on that plan, the same alignment of the electricity cables is marked as electricity cables with easement. And that is one of the same as shown on the pre-app plan. So I've answered fairly and squarely, no, the pre-app plan at SB 6.1 does not say easement, but it's clear what it is. It was discussed at the meeting, and it was clear that development needed to be pulled back from to behind that easement. That is what is in the SB 6.2 pre-app advice. That is the record of the meeting.
All right. Well, look, there's clearly a disagreement about what was said, and I mean, that's absolutely abundantly clear from the evidence before this inquiry. Whatever was said at the meeting, can we agree that the inspector has to look at these proposals now and determine the level of heritage harm and whether it's outweighed by any public benefits?
Oh, absolutely. And just for the avoidance of doubt, there's no ambiguity from me what the alignment is and what the easement is. There is no other easement that could possibly enter into the fray as a discussion point. But in terms of this inspector, what this inspector is tasked with doing, it's appraising the evidence presented by Dr. Mealy, appraising the evidence presented by Ms. Tucker on the heritage elements, and looking at that to see if there is harm or not, and concluding accordingly based upon the facts, what he's seen in evidence and what he can see on plan and on site. Absolutely.
All right. So let's turn then to heritage, please. And we'll start with policy context. So this government was elected last year, and we know, like the last government, they have a policy imperative to build more houses. Correct. Is that fair? Yeah. And in fact, your proof draws attention to the fact that there was a written ministerial statement in December 2024, which you describe as a step in the government's promise to radically reform the planning system.
Yeah.
Do you recall that?
Yep.
Yeah, it's your 4.97 to 4.99. And we had a revision of the MPPF in December last year. Is that correct?
Correct.
And we've also had some promotion of new legislation by this government through the Planning and Infrastructure Bill.
Correct.
Yeah. What the government hasn't done is propose any change to the Planning, Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Act, has it?
No.
And nor have they made material changes to the heritage chapter of the MPPF. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And had this government wanted to weaken heritage protection through amendments to legislation or policy, they could have done so.
They could have done so.
Yeah. So, if the council's correct and we're in a less than substantial harm territory, we agree that that would be permanent harm?
From this scheme, if we're in less than substantial harm, yes.
Yeah, yeah. And that harm would need to be given considerable importance and weight as a matter of law?
That's a matter of law and what the MPPF sets out. Yes, absolutely.
And indeed, there is a presumption against granting planning permission for development which causes harm to the setting of heritage assets?
Yes, in that context.
Yeah. And we know, of course, that the more important the asset, the greater the weight should be given to the harm.
Correct.
And the MPPF, as a matter of fact, does not equate importance with the grade of listing of an asset, does it?
Correct.
Yeah. So you could have, I don't know if you can have a bog standard grade 2 listed asset, but you can have some assets that are grade 2 listed and more important, others that are less important. it's even possible to have a grade 2 asset that's more important than a grade 2 star asset.
To a point, but it begs the question why it's not 2-star in the first place. The setting's clearly relevant in that context, but yes.
Yeah. And you agree that the OST house is unique?
It is unique insofar as it's on the listing and it is identified for its internal mechanism in that regard.
Yeah, I think you adopt the phrase at your 4.50, and Dr. Mealy adopts that terminology in his proof as well. And the previous inspector described it as a local landmark. Is that correct?
I seem to recall so, yes.
Yeah. And so those are matters that the inspector will need to take into account when determining the importance of this asset and the weight to be given.
Of course, it'd be remiss if the inspector didn't, yeah.
Yeah. And in fact, any heritage balance will necessarily be fact sensitive, and I think you recognise that in your evidence in
It
chief.
has to be, yeah.
So one needs to look at importance of the asset. First point of that's a relevant factor.
Of course.
Yeah. The contribution which setting makes to its significance.
Of course.
And its appreciation.
Of course.
Obviously, the impact of the proposals. The third thing.
Oh, absolutely.
And obviously whether the impact has been minimised.
Correct.
Yeah. And then, as a matter of judgment, the inspector will come to a view.
Indeed, the inspector will, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Can we take up the previous appeal decision, please?
Yes.
So that's CD 14.3.
I've got it.
Yeah. So this was, 2023. So legislation and heritage policy remains broadly the same?
Yeah, broadly the same, yes.
Yeah. And it remains the case that where there is less than substantial harm to a heritage asset, and that harm isn't outweighed by public benefits, then the tilted balance doesn't apply.
That's 215, yes.
Yeah, 215 read with paragraph 11.
Correct.
Yeah, exactly. So
By 11D12, yes.
So where the public benefits do not outweigh the heritage harm, there will be a strong reason for refusal.
I think, sir, for the avoidance of doubt, yes, if you were to conclude the public benefits don't outweigh, then heritage equates to an FN7 strong reason for refusal. But we're a million miles from that. But yes, to follow that's natural conclusion, yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. We know at the previous appeal, heritage wasn't an issue between the parties.
It was not an issue, correct.
It wasn't a council putative reason for refusal.
No.
But then the inspector did find harm to the setting of the OST and its significance, and it wasn't outweighed by public benefits.
Yes, the council's witness, or not witness, because there wasn't one, but the council's heritage officer, Joe Tucker, confirmed no harm at the time of the previous application. And that was a case put forward by Mr. Kopp on behalf of the appellant. The inspector held a round-table session to consider that relationship and impact, and concluded in a different way to those two heritage witnesses, consultants, officer. Yeah.
Right. I'm not going to go over it with you, but you remember Ms. Tucker's evidence. Actually, in fact, she agreed with the RPS heritage statement, which was some level of.
That wasn't the council's position. The council's position, the statement of case for that inquiry,
yes,
and indeed for the statement of common ground, was signed no heritage harm.
That's absolutely right. I'm correcting the record in terms
Okay.
of what Ms. Tucker thought, as opposed to the council's position. During the round table on Friday, the heritage round table, Dr. Mealy confirmed that the decision was a baseline, in effect. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Yeah. And actually in his proof, he agrees with the inspector that the previous proposals did cause harm.
Yeah, so Dr. Mealy differed from the RPS assessment, and he did find there would have been some harm from that scheme, yes.
Yeah. And so you can confirm that the appellant is not disagreeing with the inspector's 2023 findings on A, the significance of the asset?
No dispute with that.
Or B, contribution of its setting to its significance?
No.
Or indeed, the gravity of the impact of those proposals?
Of those proposals, and Dr. Mealy confirmed, yes, he would have found some less than substantial impact.
Okay, so we're not coming to this appeal seeking to upset any of those findings, but what your approach has been is to amend your scheme to seek to react to them.
I think that's absolutely right.
Yeah.
That this appeal scheme, sir, has been informed by a thorough assessment of that previous proposal by Montague Evans. They were instructed at the outset to make sure this scheme represented a robust response to the analysis, including the heritage findings of that previous inspector.
All right. So the key question for this appeal, as between the main parties, is whether your reduced housing numbers are sufficient to tip the heritage balance in your favour. Is that fair?
It is. That's fairly put. So, sir, it's for you to come to a decision as to whether or not this scheme put forward does address the previous findings of harm and sufficient to support Mr. Mealy's view, Dr. Mealy's view that there's no harm. Exactly right.
Okay. So we've had the Heritage Roundtable in relation to heritage harm, and Dr. Mealy and Ms. Tucker have submitted their written evidence. Don't intend really to go over that with you, but what we have is two competing positions. Now, we have Ms. Tucker, who's done an internal heritage balance and ended up as moderate harm, not significantly different from before. And Dr. Mealy has ended up at neutral. Now, my understanding is he's also done a internal heritage balance. Is that correct?
I think that's fair to put, yeah.
That was what I understood from the round table. That wasn't immediately clear from his proof. Okay. So in ending up at those levels...
That is right, by the way.
Oh.
I don't want to
Okay.
argue with this witness.
Okay.
But that isn't what he said or what he says in his proof.
Right.
He says no harm and then some enhancement
Well-
because of the enhancements.
Well, okay. Well, I'm interested in what this witness's understanding is. And that wasn't actually our team's understanding from the round table discussion, which is why I asked the question. But okay, let me ask you this. If Dr. Mealy has done an internal heritage balance,
Yep.
so he's netted benefits versus harms,
Yep.
you can't then put heritage benefits as part of the public benefits. You can't double count.
I think that's very fair.
Yeah.
So whichever way, sir, you come to the conclusion, if the totality of benefits have been weighed in the internal, effectively, heritage balance, you don't double dip effectively. It's not double egging. It's not effectively.
All right. Now, if Dr. Mealy hasn't done a heritage balance, i.e. he's found absolutely no harm, only benefit, I just want to explore that, if that really is the appellant's serious case. Because at the moment we've got the asset within its pastoral, agricultural setting, correct?
Well, its setting is informed by what's around it. That includes the land to the west, which you saw some horses on it. It's got all of the enclosures on the field. It's got the parking to the front of it and the commercial buildings around it. So all of that, yes, informs its setting.
Yeah, okay, so part of that, so the fields, which the OST would have historically served,
Yep.
or vice versa, it sits within those fields currently, correct?
Correct, yes.
Yeah. And they're currently, I think they are currently being grazed by horses, so they're in sort of pastoral/agricultural use, correct?
Correct. Those fields are, yes, and you've got the hard standing in the foreground and all the commercial buildings around it.
But I want to, because I'm just asking questions, if there hasn't been an internal heritage balance on the appellant side, I'm just asking questions on that basis.
Well, I think
want
that's
to
a
look at
matter
the
for
harm.
Dr. Mealy. I can't talk for him.
Well, a number of questions are put to Mr. Redmond about the council's position, and I just want to understand this. Is it the appellant's case that the removal of that agricultural pastoral setting would cause no harm whatsoever?
I think Dr. Mealy's case, and you'll have to check your notes from the roundtable session, is that on account of the scheme retaining a 3.5 hectare area of accessible open space, which condition can be secured at the reserved matter stage, and the careful approach to siting of development, that of itself results in no harm.
Right, so I think the answer is yes, that if you completely remove agricultural pastoral setting, no harm.
That's as I understand it, his position.
Okay. And building over fields, including those where hops would have been grown? Again, no harm?
No harm in his analysis, informed by the pre-application process undertaken, their lengthy deliberations and consideration of the position, his weighty CV in terms of his approach to heritage assets, and that's the advice provided.
Okay. And no harm as a result of houses which are both visible in views to and from the Oast?
No harm in terms of the 10 dwellings proposed in the northern part of the field, set back from the Oast by about 130 metres.
So
And
the
the
answer is
houses,
that's
the
your
houses
case?
to the southwest respond to the pre-application advice received, being behind the easement, which was deemed entirely appropriate, retaining those long views into and from the site of the Oast. That's his stance.
Okay, so I think the answer is yes, that results in no harm. The light, noise and activity, disruption of tranquility, is it your case that that is no harm?
That's you've got Dr. Mealy's evidence.
All right, okay. Well, I'm going to put it to you, it's simply not a credible position to take, is it? I mean, in view of the significance of the asset, which has been found by the previous inspector.
I think, in short, it's an absolutely credible stance to take. Dr. Mealy has set out his detailed considerations. The whole scheme is predicated on the heritage advice received. I think it's not credible to claim the level of harm purported as being similar to that found by the inspector. So you only need to look at pages 38 to 39 of Dr. Mealy's evidence. It makes it abundantly clear. The local planning authority's pre-application advice is clearly set out in my SB 6.2. It is quite clear where their concerns were. They have been addressed. One of their principal concerns related to the internal access road to the western side of the Oast. That has been omitted in its entirety. The dwellings reduced from 235 to 190. When you look at the views to the west from the setting of the Oast and from the hospital back, you will see very little of anything in terms of roof forms having regard to that context. So the key point here is that western part of the Oast has been kept open, fulfilling the advice received from Montague Evans.
All right. Can we then, we're going to turn to public benefits, please, and we'll look at what was said in 2023. So we go to paragraph 63, the heritage balance.
Yes.
Now, you've made some points that the deficit, housing deficit has worsened, and indeed have been issues over affordable housing delivery. I mean, it's correct that the level of housing deficit varies, doesn't it, year on year?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, and that is a function of requirements and also delivery.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and Mr. Resman explained that, well, there's now a new standard method that's pushed up the requirement. 2023, I think there was a lower requirement, 5-year supply had to be provided. I think in the meantime there was a brief period of a 4-year supply. Do you remember that?
We grappled with that.
Yeah,
Yes,
so there was
elsewhere, yeah.
fluctuation, so supply increased accordingly. I mean, equally, the extent of the number of people on the housing waiting list is something that fluctuates as well, isn't
Yes,
it?
it all fluctuates,
You
yes.
see that on your table too.
It's a snapshot in time,
Snapshot
effectively.
in time, yeah. But the inspector can record that the harm to the significance of the Oast House, should he find it, would be permanent and irreversible.
Yes, I may respond to your question earlier on. Yes, of course.
And as a matter of fact, this scheme will provide 100 fewer homes than was being proposed in 2023. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
We've then got the SANG, and I think you've given moderate weight to SANG and recreational open space in your proof. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I think the figures that were given earlier, so 8.7 hectares of SANG and 5.2 hectares of open space.
Roughly
So-
about the, yeah.
Roughly about 13 hectares in total.
Yeah.
Yeah. In 2023, the SANG proposed was 26 hectares, wasn't it?
It was a strategic SANG to meet wider needs. So the SANG for this site is to meet the needs derived from this scheme plus extra over.
Plus a little bit extra,
Yeah.
yeah. And I can't remember what the recreational open space was.
I can't either.
No, okay. But in any event, there was 20, so double, taking only the SANG, there was double the recreational space in the 2023 appeal scheme versus now. Is that
Yeah.
correct? Yeah.
Roughly, yes.
Yeah, and there the inspector found some minor public benefit,
Yes.
effectively minimal weight. Yeah, is that right? So there's no reason, is there, particularly given the fact that you are providing less open space than in 2023, for greater weight to be given?
My view is, given the public benefits associated with access to SANG and open space, I have attributed moderate weight to that benefit. And yes, the inspector last time round found limited. It's a matter of judgment for the individual decision maker, just as Mr. Redmond and I differ on the weight to be attributed to other component parts. But I remain of the view that it is a benefit of the scheme, to which I've attributed moderate weight, and different weightings have been attributed to different elements of SANG for different schemes. But yes, the inspector gave that weighting, and I remain with you, it's moderate.
Fine. So then there was BNG in excess of 10% there, and I think both you, Mr. Redmond, give that moderate weight here.
We do, yes.
And is that's being secured by the condition that's now applied to all planning permissions? Is that right?
Correct.
So 10%, but everyone accepts you may well deliver more.
Deliver more through the
Yeah.
metric,
Okay,
absolutely.
fine. So there was then the Heritage Information Board, but Ms. Tucker's views that's been taken into account in her internal balance, so we can leave that to the inspector. And then at Paris 66, there was sustainable homes, proximity to local services, some minor public benefit from the information board, etc. 67, absence of loss of BMV, and then paragraph 68, taken together, substantial weight. And I think all the parties agree that here, yes, it's substantial weight, but the reality is you are providing 100 fewer homes. Is that correct?
We are in the context of a scheme that is fundamentally different to that which was considered last time round. The impact on the setting of the OST is fundamentally different, and so it's seen in that context, together with a 2-year period, sir, since the last decision, where this council has no solution to addressing the housing needs through the plan-making process. The 5-year housing land supply position has got materially worse, and the council's own witness describes that as chronic and acute, and the need for affordable housing has increased by 100%. So all of that is contextualised, and as you now know, it has been 9 years since this council has been able to demonstrate a 5-year supply of deliverable housing land. It was 7 at the time of the last decision. And this council has been a 20% buffer authority for the last 4 years. So all of that is material to assessing the balance.
Yeah. So, but again, as a matter of record, 100 fewer houses, so necessarily lesser benefit, albeit still in your substantial.
It's still substantial, and that's agreed in the Statement of Common Ground, so there's no tempering of that, and the need has increased.
The ancient woodland, can we go to your it's your page 10 of your proof, please.
Page 10. Yeah.
Paragraph 12. So last time round, ancient woodland was a reason for refusal. It's now agreed that these 4 bullet points, which are the buffer zone, blocking off the existing paths, management, and delineation of root protection areas, will result in no overall harm.
And that's agreed in the Statement of Common
that's
Ground.
agreed in the Statement of Common Ground.
And sir, in part, last time round, there was the strategic SANG was proposed to the south of the site. And you remember on the site visit, we went to the southern part of the site and you looked at that footpath connection through the ancient woodland. That forms no part of this scheme, and that is to be effectively blocked up with access prevented through the landscaping strategy and management. So yes, this is the agreed position. My bullet 12 on page 10 is taken from the agreed stance in the Statement of Common Ground at CD 4.1.
So that's the mitigation being provided in order to ensure no overall harm.
Correct.
Yeah. In terms of highway benefits, now you claim in 5.97 of your proof that signal optimization in the town centre is a material benefit.
Yes.
Remember that? Yeah. That you were providing signal optimization last time round, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. It's not a benefit that features in the inspector's decision, is that correct?
That's a matter for the inspector.
And it's a contribution that you are required to make in order to make the development acceptable in planning terms.
Yes, but
correct?
it's still, on the basis of Mr Stevens' analysis, still assists in the flow of traffic in the town centre, the betterment of flow generally.
Well, but of course, if it weren't for that, of course, there would be a highways objection to your proposal.
But it's still, that may well be the case, but funding is still sought to enable those improvements to be made.
All right. Well, the council's position is that is mitigation. In terms of the safer access, and there's a difference of opinion, but you heard Ms Camber explain that in her opinion, the Highway Authority's opinion, there wouldn't be material safety benefits as a result of this proposal.
That was a stance put forward by the County Council. Mr Stevens has quite clearly articulated his stance, and I gave you the references to his proof of evidence at the outset, sir. That has to, the safety improvements, along with the locational benefits of the site, must be weighed in the balance and is a benefit of the scheme.
The highway speeds, again, Ms Cambo was clear that there wasn't a problem with highway speeds on this section of road. Remember that?
Well, Mr Stevens, in setting out his analysis, has referenced the case studies undertaken to show speeds would be reduced to a more acceptable level, and he by about 5 miles per hour. He's articulated that in his evidence, and the inspector has a note of that.
Yeah. But it's not something that's been accepted by the Highway Authority.
No, that has not been accepted by them, but it's the point put forward by Mr Stevens, and I agree with Mr Stevens.
That's fine. But it would be, you'd expect, wouldn't you, the inspector to give considerable weight to the view of a statutory consultee?
Oh, yes, of course. It'd be remiss not to. Yes, of course, you have to give considerable weight to their views. That's well established in case law, and that equally applies to all of the third-party representations, sir, which go against the views provided by the statutory bodies. This is narrowed to whether or not the safety benefits of the scheme are in fact realised and necessary, and can one attribute weight to them? For the reasons Mr Stephen has articulated quite clearly, one should.
We're going to come back to heritage again, and this point about the houses in the northwest and southwest corner and the potential for another scheme to come forward on this site. Would you accept that there is a national legislative and policy objective to minimise harm to heritage assets?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's inherent, isn't it, in the Section 66 duty, paragraph 208 of the NPPF?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And all heritage harm requires clear and convincing justification.
Yes, it does, in the context of the 215 balance. Do the public benefits outweigh, and therefore it is acceptable in heritage terms?
Yeah, and it's 213 where one says any harm to or loss of significance of designated heritage asset, or from including from development within its setting, should require clear and convincing justification.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. And you're aware that it's the council's position that there are two portions of housing which cause a disproportionate level of harm. So that's the northwest corner and the southwest corner.
I'm aware of those suggestions, but I don't believe that's been made out in evidence, and I believe Dr. Mealy's completely explained why it's entirely appropriate for them to happen.
The council considers that it would be roughly around 30 houses that would be lost if that were to occur. So the 10 houses in the north, I think Mr Redmond says about 22.
On that fictitious exercise with the red line that was presented at the end of last week, yes.
Well, you may not agree with the exercise. What I'm just trying to explore with
fundamentally
you,
disagree with the exercise,
Yeah,
not that just disagree with it.
That's fine. But if the inspector accepted the council's case, so I'm not asking you to agree the council's case. I'm saying on the basis that the inspector accepts the council's case, it would result in the loss of about 32 houses. Is that all right?
If the inspector accepted the council's stance and then concluded, well, yes, Mr Redmond said, if the scheme was to this effect, if the scheme is for 130 dwellings, then it should get planning permission.
160 dwellings.
160 rather, yes, sorry.
Just to be clear, I think it's fairly clear from that red line that Mr Redmond drew that it's 10 dwellings in the northwest corner
20.
and 26 dwellings.
36 then, yeah.
So it's 36 dwellings.
Sorry, I thought he said 32, but 36, fine. Okay.
I think it's 36.
Right.
I've got a note of the areas.
I've got the
Roughly.
line, so it's a bit unclear exactly how many, but it looks like about 36 to me. Yeah, you can see from the plot. Yeah. Yeah.
All right,
Okay.
36.
Yeah.
Apologies, my mistake. If that were done, if we pull up the illustrative site layout, you may still have it on page 39 of Dr. Mealy's proof.
Yeah.
If that were done, it's correct that your open space would no longer be flanked by development, would it?
Well, that is correct, but I must caveat the response. This scheme has been informed by the pre-application advice received. The development in the southwest corner is behind the easement. There is only one easement, the electricity cables. The matters discussed at the pre-app meeting were, if development is going to be in the northern corner, that has to be designed in a farmyard-style complex low-key, which is exactly what this scheme does. There is, in fact, no harm on account of what's being advanced, but I'm going along with your scenario for the inspector's benefit, but I see no merit in it because it takes one nowhere. The scheme is the scheme. The Ashford appeal decision that was advanced, in that scenario, in formulating that scheme, they'd missed listed buildings in the baseline assessment, and the benefits derived from a solar farm are completely different in the context of looking at the affordable housing need. So in the context of the suggestion being advanced that, oh, well, if you lose 36, it's all right, you get permission, but the scheme's similar sort of benefits. No, they're not. No, they're not. Not in the context of the chronic and acute housing shortfall, not in the context of the waiting list, not in the context of those 15 families or so that would not have a home, and you've seen the social impacts arising from failing to meet the council's duty on delivering housing in the Sons Place appeal decision at paragraph 88. It's a completely different scenario.
Can we just take you up your page 94, please? Yes.
Yep.
It's where you've helpfully set up the weight to be given to benefits. If the proposal came forward with 36 fewer houses,
Yep.
which of those descriptors would change?
You don't change your descriptors, and indeed, I've cited the example in my development plan analysis of schemes delivering 3 self-build units in this authority to which moderate weights attributed. Here, I wouldn't reduce the weight given to them, but the evidence underpinning that need would not be met because you're failing to provide affordable housing. So we don't just look at the descriptors and say, well, it's okay. There's a fundamental difference between what is being proffered through this appeal scheme at 190 to what notionally the council are advocating now on this arbitrary red line drawn on a plan which does not reflect the pre-application advice received, sir.
All right. Again, I'm asking these. I know your position is you don't agree. You say it's not necessary. But if the inspector agreed with the council that actually those portions of housing were disproportionately harmful and that by removing them one would mitigate and materially significantly reduce the harm to the heritage asset, then that would be a material consideration that he is entitled to take into account, wouldn't it?
If he was so inclined to do so on his balance, yes, but that predetermines a scheme would come forward for that quantum. I mean, there is simply the scheme before you is the scheme. The Ashford proposal, completely different set of circumstances, completely.
But again, we're not very little point, as we've agreed, in doing compare and contrast in the minutiae appeal decisions. But in terms of the principle that where there is a portion of a scheme that is disproportionately harmful, but an alternative scheme would deliver a good deal of the benefits with significantly less harm, then that is a factor that can weigh into the balance.
It could be a factor for this inspector, but in terms of this scheme, it delivers more affordable homes than that notional scheme you're talking about in a scenario that simply doesn't exist. And so the council refer at length to that Ashford appeal decision. In short, what is more pertinent is the analysis undertaken by this council in the Eastbourne Road assessment, and that's at CD 11.14. If you look at internal page 94 of that, that was a scheme for 145 homes with a moderate level of harm on the setting of Sisley's farm. But their analysis was the public benefits outweighed. The similar analysis was undertaken at Buxted for 49 dwellings. But in CD 1114, the Sisley's farm, internal page 94 of that, this was the council's analysis of that scheme. I think if you could just go there for me, sir, CD 1114, internal page 94. It was quite interesting the way in which the CD 1114, internal page 94. And can you look at the top of the page? You should have the sentence "development will provide." Right. So just pause there, and I'll come back to this in a second. It's quite interesting the way in which the council is putting the case here, hanging the hat on the purported heritage harm. Dr. Mealy's made it clear there isn't any. The scheme's followed the pre-application advice. And all of a sudden, sir, we have 36 dwellings which are leading the council to suggest you will dismiss this appeal. On the contrary, look at what was said in the balance for that Sisley's Farm decision in terms of CD 1114. So page 94, it's the second paragraph. Careful consideration will need to be given to the layout, design and landscaping of the proposed development on this site, including height and massing of the buildings. The detailed design at reserve matters stage will seek to ensure that the juxtaposition of new development to the listed buildings is appropriate and minimises harm. Well, quelle surprise, sir, that's exactly the approach that should be adopted here. As you've heard, this scheme has a net developable area of circa 6 hectares. That's about 30 to the hectare. So there is eminently enough space within that net developable, with all the open space outside the site, to look sensitively at the scheme design at the detailed stage. There is no doubt about that at all.
Well, that's helpful, Mr. Brown. So are you saying that actually it would be fewer than 36 houses that would be lost because actually you could increase density on other parts of the site?
No, that is not what I'm saying whatsoever. I am saying, in response to the council's claim that we'll lop it off, no. This is a scheme that has been considered by the Heritage Advice, and there is flexibility at the reserve matters stage for the detailed design to take detailed factors into account as appropriate in terms of the direct siting and alignment of dwellings, which is completely opposed to what is now being advocated by the council, which differs from what's gone before in other schemes. So for the avoidance of doubt, this scheme is entirely appropriate in heritage terms, as Dr. Mealy advised. It responds to your council's pre-application advice, and it's appropriate.
Again, I know that's your view, Mr. Brown. I don't think that answer had very much to do with the question that I originally asked, but all the council can go on is the illustrative layout, correct?
And the parameters plan, correct.
The parameters plan. You're not saying to the inspector, well, there's a wholly different layout we could provide, which actually, whereby there wouldn't be houses to the west?
No, I have not suggested that for one second, no.
Okay. So you agree that it's appropriate to focus on your illustrative
It's
layout?
appropriate to focus on the illustrative layout and the advice underpinning the evolution of that scheme design in the DAS, in the heritage statement, and in the heritage evidence for this inquiry.
All right. We'll turn on then to policy. I think we're agreed there's a breach of the development plan. You say solely as a result of locational policies being breached. The council says it's locational and heritage. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
I think we can leave that to the inspector. One point you make in your proof is that policy SPO2 should be given less weight because it doesn't import a balancing exercise.
That is,
That?
that is correct, and I've set that out in section 4 or 5 of my proof. Bear with me.
That's 5.30.
Sorry?
5.30.
That's helpful, thank you. Yes, so that's correct. So what we have, sir, and you were taken to it earlier on, so just take a step back.
I hadn't actually asked the question yet. Can I? Right.
You can ask me the question.
Yeah. Are you aware of the City and Country case?
If you elaborate.
This point was
Brams
addressed.
Hill or?
Yeah, Brams Hill.
Yes.
Yeah, so let's turn that up at 7.10. So do you remember this was a challenge to inspector's decision? One of the issues was concerning harmed heritage assets, and this was the case that deals with the internal heritage balance. Yeah. Do you remember that? Yeah. If we turn, please, to paragraph 64, the judgment.
Sorry, it's
CD 7.10. 64 on PDF page 20. So there was an issue. So in fact, the parties agreed less weight to certain policies due to the absence of a public benefit balance. You see that at 64? And then the inspector's decision is recorded.
And that's 46,
And 46, yeah. So whilst the NPPF sets out a clear balancing exercise to be undertaken, which is absent in the relevant development plan policies, the statutory requirement relates to the special regard decision makers should have desirability of preserving the building. Whilst I find policies, whatever they were, to lack balancing requirement of the NPPF, they contain this statutory requirement. Given this, I find the policies should be given significant weight.
Yep.
You see that?
Yep.
That was not disapproved of by the court at all, was it?
No.
So again, here, SPO2 reflects the statutory duty, doesn't it?
No, I'm not disputing that for 1 second.
Yeah.
The context for this is you've got 3 heritage policies cited in the putative reason for refusal on heritage: EN1 and EN27 from the local plan, and SPO2 from the core strategy. As you heard earlier on today, the Buxted decision contemplated all 3 policies at paragraph 68 of CD 1116. CD 1116, paragraph 68. EN1 and EN27 don't have any reference to heritage within them, and hence the inspector said they're not relevant in that case. Went on to then reference SPO2. Now, SPO2 refers to protection of heritage assets. Absolutely, quite right. It should be accorded weight because that's what the NPPF asked one to do. But in terms of the strict terminology in the policy, it doesn't have a balance required by 215. So I'm not disputing that, yes, you can attach significant weight to it. The bottom line is, it is not consistent with the framework in isolation, but the determining factor is 66.1 and how this inspector considers the harm to the setting of the heritage asset.
Let's just go to paragraphs 86 and 87 of the Court of Appeal judgment.
Yep.
So the inspector had made her findings, and then it was argued that the inspector erred in giving significant weight to those policies. And that's at 86. And then at 87, the court says, do not find those submissions persuasive. The absence of an explicit reference to striking a balance between harm and public benefits and local plan policies does not put them into conflict with the NPPF or with the duty in section 66.1. You see that?
Yep.
So again, there's no reason to follow a different approach here, is there?
No, the inspector can see that clearly. I was just simply making the point that the SPO2 in of itself does not strike the balance, and I reduced the weight to it.
Well, we will submit that the inspector should follow the judgment in Brams Hill.
No, absolutely, of course, the inspector should follow the judgment in Brams Hill. The key test is the heritage harm overall, regardless of what the individual policy said in isolation.
All right. And ultimately, we're agreed that the key test of the inspector at this appeal is whether
the heritage harm is outweighed by public benefits?
No, the key test for this inspector, first and foremost, is whether harm is occasioned to the setting. The answer is no. One does not then go down into, that's the 11D1 and 11D2 consideration. It's then the second point, if it dips the toe into some less than substantial harm, moderate on the council case, it's then that the 2 and 5s engage, yes.
Yeah, so insofar as the issue is between the parties, the policy test in the MPPF is, do the public benefits outweigh the harm? If they don't, then there'll be a strong reason for refusing the scheme.
Absolutely. If you were to conclude that heritage is a strong reason, well, you just pack up your bags and you stop there, because that's a footnote 7 reason for refusal.
Yeah.
But clearly and self-evidently, that is not the case here. For all the reasons articulated, the scheme is fundamentally different to that which was considered before. It responds to all of the advice received from the council. The evidence is clear. There's no harm.
Yeah. And just to be clear, if there is a strong reason for refusal, you're not saying permission should be granted, notwithstanding that?
I think it'll be frog marched out. If it's a footnote 7, it's a footnote
Okay,
7.
I'll
But
take that
clearly,
as
you're not in that territory, sir. It's no harm, first and foremost. And if you find some conflict on the less than substantial scale, I've undertaken that balance for you.
And then just one final question on deliverability. I mean, you were asked a question by the inspector about the Southern Water issue. Have you had any discussions with Southern Water yourself?
No, didn't feel it was necessary in light of the decisions that have been, or the applications that have been considered by this council in the interim, with conditions imposed upon them having regard to connections. So
yeah,
no.
so there'll be a gramping condition.
Yeah.
Obviously. Yeah. But you're not aware of any works in train for upgrades in Uckfield, or indeed any funding that's been provided for
Not that I can disclose this inquiry, no, or not aware, no.
No, okay. And you're well aware that this is a well-publicised issue in Wealdon that is preventing
I think
development
people,
going forward.
we've certainly seen numerous LinkedIn posts from Wealdon and what's on their website, so yes, we're well aware.
All right. Well, I'll leave it to the inspector as to how many houses he thinks may or may not come forward in 5 years.
The evidence is clear on that in response to your question, and the council have made no such case in their evidence and written, so that's fine.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Sort of action.
Thank you, sir. I won't detain us very long, but I've got a few points to come back on. Can you pick up your copy of the framework, please, Mr. Brown, and go to the heritage chapter?
Already getting very well thumbed, my copy of this, even though it's so young still.
Yes, I've got yellow stickers everywhere as well.
Chapter 16, yes.
Now, if the inspector works his way through the relevant parts of the heritage chapter, chapter 16, in your assessment, will that cover off policy SP2 from some years ago, or will there be a separate analysis that's required on top?
Oh, the MPPF is clearly your opportunity to reflect and review on the approach to the heritage asset, impact on the setting. and the approach to be adopted in appraising the scheme. So yes, you go to the MPPF.
Right, now a couple of other points on the framework. 212 uses the phrase, the great weight should be given to the asset's conservation, and the more important the asset, the greater the weight should be.
Yep.
You then had a discussion with Miss Hutton about what importance might mean. Do you remember that?
I do, vaguely, yep.
And it was suggested to you that the MPPF doesn't have a grading reflecting grade 2, grade 2 star, grade 1. Do you remember that?
Yep.
Do you remember that line?
I remember the exchange and the question posed about 2 and 2 star.
Go to 213, please.
Yep.
And we'll come back to the first sentence. It goes on, substantial harm to or loss of, and then it's got A, grade 2 listed buildings,
Yep.
should be exceptional. And then it says B, assets of the highest significance.
Yep.
And it lists grade 1 and 2 star listed buildings, grade 1 and 2 star registered parks and gardens, and the test there is higher at wholly exceptional.
Yes, I've got that.
So in terms of the suggestion that the grading level is not addressed by the MPPF, what do you say?
Well, there's a nuance there in 213. You've got a difference of approach between exceptional to grade 2 and under B, wholly exceptional for grades 1 and 2 star listed.
Yeah, and Mr. Redman obviously told me to read his proof as a whole on the basis that the MPPF is to be read as a whole as well. What do you say about this differential approach in 213 when one understands the concept of importance that's referenced in 212?
Yeah, so 213 arguably grade 2 listed buildings don't have quite as high a status as grade 1 and 2 star listed.
Yeah. Have you been suggesting anything different from that in your evidence?
Well, no, the MPPF is as read. That's the position set out.
Good, thank you. Now go back to 213, please, and the first sentence. You were asked about the phrase clear and convincing justification.
Yeah.
Any harm to, loss of, significance
Yeah.
of a designated heritage asset should require clear and convincing justification. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Go to 215.
Mm-hmm.
That's the heritage balance.
Yeah.
If the heritage balance is passed, so in other words, public benefits do outweigh some level of harm,
Yep.
are we in the territory of 213 clear and convincing justification, or is there some other analysis to perform?
No, you're 215. If the public benefits outweigh the heritage harm, then you've passed the 11D1 test. Heritage is not a footnote 7, reason for refusal. You then drop down into 11D2.
Yeah, but I just stick with the heritage chapter. If you pass the 215 heritage balance, does that provide the clear and convincing justification?
That's the gateway. Yes, you've passed. Your public benefits outweigh the harm.
Yeah. So just let me finish the question for the inspector's note, please, Mr. Brown. If you pass 215, does that provide clear and convincing justification in the language of 213, or is there a separate and additional test?
That is the answer, because the public benefits outweigh. That equates to the clear and convincing justification on account of passing the 215 gateway.
Yeah, good. I thought you were saying that. I just wanted to be absolutely clear what your evidence was. Good. Right. Now let's look at the Redman red line. Please, and in particular, you've given your evidence about the easement. Can we just go to a plan which marks the Redman?
I don't have a copy. I think there was only one copy this side. I took a photograph of my phone, which I don't want to get out.
Yeah, but you know where the
I know.
Yeah. What I'm more interested in is, for now at least, is have you got the illustrative site layout?
I can get it. 1 second. CD 5.5.
Yeah, yeah.
Bear with me. Yes, I have that.
Now, if you look at where the power lines are, yeah, have you got that?
I have got it, yeah.
Yeah, actually, at least on the version that I'm looking at, you can see a series of lines all running in the same direction, parallel with each other.
Where the electricity cables are?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you see that?
Yeah.
Now, can you help with the internal lines and the external lines of that band of lines in terms of what's power line and what's maintenance easement, say?
Well,
Can you help?
The cable lines are in the middle and the easements are the lines on the outside.
Yeah. Yeah. So, does it, as well as showing where the power lines are, does this plan also show the easement itself?
Well, it does if you have regard to the, that's what it plots, but it's obviously not described in the key, so you have to go back to the previous
Yeah,
construction.
you've
Because
given
it
your
does.
evidence about how it would have been
I have
understood.
given them evidence, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Now, next question. Have you visited the car park area of the hospital and the housing estate that's behind it,
Numerous times.
and looked towards the Oust?
Numerous times.
Yeah. Now, just now, or earlier today, Mr. Redman, and then this again was behind the questioning, you were asked about the Redman 26 that he wants removed to the south west. Seen from the hospital across the valley, in your assessment, would it make a difference, and if so, what difference, whether you had the Redman 26 there or not, in the views from the west?
There would be no discernible change whatsoever from that view. We've seen the plates submitted to this examination, this inquiry, in terms of the viewpoints. Dr. Mealy's articulated his stance quite clearly. No.
The houses immediately to the east of the Redman 26, would you see those from the hospital car park, albeit obviously equally separated by 110 metres from the
Sorry, just so I've got the question, what you're talking about is if the Redman 26 were omitted, from that point, would you see that from the hospital?
Yes.
I mean, would you? There's a huge distance, so I don't think there's any change from there or the where it's plotted on this site.
Yeah. So your position is, seen from there, does the Redman 26 make a difference or not?
Well, no, in my view, the distance is so long, it makes no discernible change whatsoever, given the advice received at the pre-app stage is predicated on the scheme as advanced now.
Thanks. Finally, you were asked some questions about what Dr. Mealy's evidence was, which he's not here to answer. So let's have a look at his summary, please, if you've got that at the beginning of his proof. And this is on the question as to whether his analysis is dependent on an internal heritage balance or not.
Yes.
All right, so let's, rather than arguing about what he did and didn't say on Friday, let's look at his words in his proof. So paragraph 17 of the summary, please, if you've got that, page 3. I consider that the amount of land that's left open in the present proposals is sufficient to preserve the setting of the listed building, enabling one to appreciate its historic setting. Do you see that?
I do, yeah.
And then you can read on to the end of 17. Is there an internal heritage balance in 17?
Well, he has said, I consider it hasn't been positioned to maintain cleavage constant over these. Well, he's simply saying there is no harm as a result of the proposals.
Yeah.
No harm. No
No
harm.
harm. And then carry on to 18.
Yep.
The use of the land will change. I'm advised that the landscape management for the new publicly accessible land will not be highly managed, amenity grassland. It will have a more natural treatment that can be attractive, having as well a rustic quality that can complement an old farm building. There'll be a new footpath across this land which will enable an appreciation of the listed oast house across open land. One will be aware of the housing, but it will be set well back. Therefore, the setting of the listed building will be improved around it and public appreciation of it will be enhanced.
Yes.
So in terms of the debate as to was he dependent on an internal heritage balance, or was his view no harm but there are some enhancements?
His view was no harm, but the scheme affords betterment in terms of the setting of the OST, interpretation board, etc. So that's a benefit. So no harm, and then there are benefits.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Nothing more to clarify with you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you very much. So that's the end of the evidence. So tomorrow at 10 o'clock we'll discuss the 106. So obviously I've got the 106 which I've read. I will just read the summary sheet tonight. So there's no change to the council's SIL compliance statement, is there?
No, sir.
No. So I've got that. I've read that. I'll refresh myself on that. You're going to give me the written wording of the condition, the new Grampian condition.
Yes, it sounds like we need to have a chat about that first, Ms. Hutton and I.
Yeah, and then you're going to delete one of the conditions because it's covered by the 106. Just remind me which condition that is.
So yes, one of them it covers ancient woodlands, but I think if Mr. Webber and I get together in the morning, we will be able to print off an agreed updated set of the conditions for you and hand you a paper copy.
Okay, fine, yeah, thank you. Okay. Sorry, go on.
So, with your indulgence, as one further matter, I understand your case officer has been trying to reach you. There's a matter of an additional submission from Uckfield Town Council, and I was called out earlier on this afternoon to receive paper copies. So it's not my submission, it's from the Town Council, which they would like to offer up. I have a copy for you. Apparently you have an electronic submission, but the Town Council has provided printed copies, which I can offer up now and to the other side as well.
So this is something new from Uckfield Town Council, because someone from Uckfield Town Council spoke on day one, didn't they? So is this just basically a printed version of what she said?
I don't know, I'm afraid. I can
is.
check and overnight, and we could pick it up tomorrow if you want to put it in that way, or I just offer it up.
Let's pause that until tomorrow morning, and in the meantime, because I've got internet connection here, I'll read my emails from the case officer. Yeah, so we'll start with that, and if I don't mention it, remind me about it first thing.
Yeah, so I haven't seen this document, and I doubt anyone else in my team has. So if you'd indulge me by not reading it until we have a look at it, because we're beyond the point when new submissions and new evidence should be in. If it's simply repeating points that had previously been put, I won't have an issue with it.
Let me just refresh my notes about that lady who spoke, from Councillor Jackie Love, Chair of the Planning Committee at Uckfield Town Council. No, she provided something in writing herself, so this was something in addition to it.
Yes,
so,
and they also provided written submissions back in May.
Yes, they did. Why don't you show that, Mr. Robbins, if you let the appellant's team have that, and they can have a look at it in between, and I won't look at it until then, okay? I mean, I'll look at the email, but I won't read the submissions, okay, as yet. Is that okay, Mr. Tabachnik?
Yes, thank you very much, sir.
Okay. But yes, it is. We don't really want additional stuff now, preferably.
So this is new.
Is it lengthy?
It's new and it's lengthy.
Oh, okay. Right. Well, you have a look at it, and we'll discuss it in the morning. Yeah. Okay. Right, so just in terms of the timing tomorrow, so how long, I mean, I'll say now, I don't have any particular comments on the 106 agreement. It all seems pretty tickety-boo and fine to me. There's nothing that stood out. I mean, the only thing when I started reading it was, well, what's this other agreement that it refers to the protection of the woodland? Well, that's set out later on. It's an append.
Yes,
it's one of the
that will have
schedules.
to be agreed in due course.
Yeah, and that will have to be agreed.
signed in due course,
Yeah.
I should say.
So I understand that, which is fine. So I don't think that will take long. I don't know where the two advocates are with their closings. They're probably half written or something already, or more. But I suspect it won't take long to discuss the obligation and obligations and the conditions. So we'll probably, well, I mean, we might finish by lunchtime. It's quite possible, isn't it? Do you think?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, okay, so, good, right, okay, thanks. Okay, so we don't need to start any earlier than 10 then, I don't think, no. Okay, thank you. See you tomorrow at 10.